Hey, how you guys doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. I also want to say and give a shout out to those who pulled directly up to the earlier video that I posted at around 12 o'clock, talking about Tanisha Arnold with the other guy from, what was the name of that show? 90210. And, their whole dating situation from back in the 90s and the variety of responses that I got on that. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So, as you can clearly say, it says America's problems, right? I should have actually stated Black American problems. I may just happen to swap it, retype it in somewhere in between the videos, but we're going to go in and listen to what varying people have to say about a variety of things that are specifically happening. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up, Gail? What is up, Mahoko? What is up? What is up? What is up? So we're gonna get in here and read over a few things, but that'll come after this young woman's video.
So they just announced that they found 7,600 fake nursing diplomas that was given out to different nurses since 2023 or before, and it was through the Operation Nightingale, right? Now, this involves Indians, Haitians, lots of people. But I remember the first round of Operation Nightingale because this was heavy during COVID time. You've seen so many people that became nurses out of nowhere. We've seen so much more Africans in the industry and things like that. And that's not me being like prejudiced or anything. I'm just saying it's the truth.
What's
Okay,
up,
so
Lavender?
basically, a federal jury in Fort Lauderdale, right, y'all, convicted Stephanie DeRisca, the former director of a nursing tech pro institute in Boca Raton, right? So she was convicted of serious fraud charges related to one of the largest fake nursing credential scandals in U.S. history. Deriska originally was from Haiti, where she began her career, right, y'all, as
Mm.
a dental hygienist before immigrating to the U.S. She was found guilty on one count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 5 counts of wire fraud following a 3-day trial that concluded in December, right, y'all? Now, the verdict came for after the jurors deliberated for less than 3 hours. According to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Southern District of Florida in court documents, the Riskas conspired with the school's owner and recruiters, primarily from Texas, y'all, to sell false credentials, falsely certified credentials and diplomas, right, y'all, and transcripts, right, y'all. Now, these credentials falsely certify that buyers had completed required coursework and mandatory hands-on clinical training, which never occurred. Imagine how many
Hey, Sham.
lives have been lost since then. Imagine. Now, the scheme involved 954 fake nursing degrees sold at approximately 16,500 each. 2021 and 2022 were the 2 years that was between the time when she was generating millions of dollars in illicit profits. Okay, y'all? Prosecutors stated that Ariska personally received roughly around $1.5 million, y'all, from the fraud. And the fraudulent documents enabled purchasers to sit for the National Nursing License Exam, which is the NCLEX, to obtain licenses and secure employment at nurses and healthcare facilities nationwide, posing significant risk for public health and public safety, patient safety to be exact, right, y'all? Because you know how many, I've been to many nursing homes and I've seen, if you're in the healthcare field, you see what's going on. You know what's going on. And that's not for all the African nurses or all the Indian nurses, or whatever the case may be. Not saying that all of them just don't have the intellect, but some of them really don't know what the they're doing. They can barely even speak our language. All right, y'all. But I'm not trying to sound racist or whatever y'all want to call it. Okay, y'all. Now, this case falls under Operation Nightingale, a multilateral
Hey,
federal
D-Lo.
investigation, right, y'all, involving and targeting diploma mills, okay, y'all? Now, DeRisca was charged in September and initially planned to plead guilty to a single conspiracy charge, but she withdrew the agreement and opted for trial. Two Texas-based recruiters testified against her. One had pled guilty, and the
Mm.
other was expected to do so. Now, the school's owner, Gilbert, he's 73. He remains awaiting to his own trial, scheduled in March 2026. DeRisca now faces up to 20 years per federal prison per count,
Wow.
right, y'all? Her sentencing is set for March 5th, 2026, and the Operation Nightingale has charged more than 40 individuals with sales of phony diplomas exceeding $220 million and
Mm.
affecting around 15,000 fraudulent credentials. Now, part two is happening today where they have found over 100,000 forged certificates from 22 universities, y'all, possibly over 1 million used abroad.
Wow.
You know how much credibility that's taken away? I mean, what the They say over 7,600 fake diplomas were distributed for nursing jobs across the United States, and the investigation is involved international nursing candidates, including those from India, who purchased these credentials to work in the United States. Aspiring nurses bought fake documents to pass the NCLEX and get licensed in various states, securing nursing jobs across the U.S. The fraud charges that filed against 12 defendants in Phase 2 of Operation Nightingale. Y'all, this is crazy as hell. This is crazy. Um, this is crazy. Go look into this.
That is wild. So we're going to take a look directly at that, and I have a little bit of information here. Let me make sure is this the right one. Yeah. Okay. So it says that a widespread criminal scheme dubbed Operation Nightingale, right, involved the sales of more than 7,600 fake nursing diplomas and transcripts from three now closed Florida-based nursing schools. These fraudulent documents allowed individuals to bypass proper education and training, qualify for the National Nursing Board exam, and obtain licenses and jobs as registered nurses or RNs and licensed practical slash vocational nurses or LPN slash VNs in various states. Details of the schemes, schools involved: Siena College, Palm Beach School of Nursing, and Sacred Heart International Institute. The scheme operated from 2016 to 2021 and generated around 114 million in revenue from the sales of fake credentials. Buyers paid between 10,000 and 15,000 for diplomas and transcripts without completing the required courses or clinical hours. They then use these documents to sit for the National Council Licensing Exam, or the NCLEX. Approximately 37% of those who bought their fake documents, around 2,800 people, passed the exam and obtained state licenses, working in healthcare facilities across the United States, including hospitals and nursing homes in states like New York, New Jersey, Ohio, Maryland, and Georgia. They later stated their criminal charges. Federal authorities charged over 24 individuals, including school owners, recruiters, and staff members, with wire fraud and conspiracy. Many defendants have pled guilty, and some have been sentenced to prison. Federal prosecutors stated that they would not charge the individuals who purchased the fake diplomas, though the buyers reportedly knew that they were acquiring fraudulent credentials. That's ridiculous. They also later stated that the United States Department of Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General, or the HHS OIG, and the FBI provided the names of the diploma recipients to the National Council of State Board of Nursing, or the NCSBN. State nursing boards have since been investigating these cases and revoking and suspending licenses of those involved to protect public safety. This is ridiculous. And I want to state this as well, too. This is how a lot of folks come directly over here, and they're easily within the medical field. This is why you see an abundance of a lot of these folks coming directly from the islands, going directly into the medical field. They can't just do this in a multitude of other fields, and just, hey, I got this high paying job, and I'm traveling this here and this here, and I just got fresh off the boat, and rah rah rah. This is how a lot of them, the ones, especially the ones that be flexing online, this is how they ended up getting a lot of those high paying jobs, because they're scammers. This goes right back into what we said before. And the woman that was being talked about earlier from the original story, she was Haitian. She came directly fresh off the boat from Haiti. She originally was working in dental and then automatically became a nurse. How you do that? That's an evolution. That's very quick. If that was Pokemon, that would be the first. That would be the quickest first ever level 1 evolution I've ever seen in my life. That just does not happen. That just doesn't happen. And then these be the same people that'll turn up and say that, oh, they're smarter than Black Americans. They got more degrees and more education. Yeah, that's because you bought everything that you got. You're not smart nowhere. Because if you were smart, you would have been smart before you got here. All of a sudden, as soon as you step foot off the boat from Haiti or wherever it is, you automatically got all of this paperwork. How? You're passing all of these tests quicker than any Black American. How? Within seconds? Huh? And people wonder why the medical system is in shambles. People wonder why it is that their family members are not getting the treatment that they deserve, that they are paying for. This is why. Because you got a whole bunch of scammers, you got a whole bunch of folks directly there that should not specifically be there in the medical field. And again, for the Black American women out there, this is why it's very difficult and hard for you to get into these medical field positions, because you got a lot of these scammers out here. And also another reason that they're able to scam is because they have a lot of their people working behind the scenes. So if you have a lot of these Haitians and others hurrying up and they're buying or paying like these thousands of dollars to get, all of these fake paperworks so that they could just take a spot, it's a lot of their people behind the scenes that are helping to enable this system to work. This is why they hurry up and make sure no matter what amount of time that it takes, they hurry up and make sure to get their people behind the scenes in certain areas so they can start the scamming and the scheming. That's crazy. That is diabolical. But like I said, it be like that though. And a lot of these folks, they'll still try to sit up there and say that, oh no, that's not them. And yes, it is. It is. It is. Like I said, the government set you up. Y'all bought it in hook, line, and sinker. We know exactly who it is. The thing that I disagree with the most, if I can go directly back, they said that they charge no students. No, I charge all of those students. They know exactly what it is that they're doing. They're paying directly for it instead of going by it the normal way that you're supposed to receive an education. You got to go through your test trials and tribulations. So if you fail, you fail. If you pass, you pass. They wanted to use some cheat codes real quick, use a game shark and do some cheat codes real quick. And they wanted to make it to the end of the game and say that they're the greatest Pokemon master. That's crazy. That's 1,000% crazy. This is why I can't take none of them serious, because they ain't nothing but scammers. Nothing but scammers, but they didn't want to call Black Americans lazy. We're not paying $15,000 to $20,000 to sit up there and cut in front of the line to get a job that we don't have or don't know any or have don't know or have any knowledge about. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. So what that basically means to me for when it deals with a lot of these folks is that they care more about the money than actually caring for the patient. So again, for Black Americans, if you got any of those states that were directly listed, what did they say? Let me go back through there. They said, what were the states that they had listed? Let me go back to the information that I had here. Hold on. They said approximately 37% of those who bought the fake documents, around 2,800 people, passed the exam and obtained state licenses working in health facilities across the United States, including hospitals and nursing homes in New York, New Jersey, Ohio, Maryland, and Georgia. So for those out there, for any Black Americans, if you got folks directly in homes in those states, yeah, you might want to move them somewhere else, because chances are they are not getting the proper care and treatment that they actually deserve, because you're dealing with the most uneducated scammers directly out there. Like I said, that's crazy work. 100%. It's going to be medical malpractice all over the place. So now we're going to listen to somebody with a bit of an accent speak on something real quick. So let's just take a listen.
They're kicking them out in Japan. In China, they're also kicking them out, and then they are tearing down their buildings, which they built under false pretense. In Puerto Rico, they showed up saying that they was going to build a family housing. It turned out to be just another one of those massive place of worship, setting up of shops to take over. The UK have already fallen. Canada have already fallen. France have already fallen. Places in Germany, they are giving up a really good fight. Ireland have already fallen. They are starting to break into Poland and posting about it. But wait till they get caught. There might be public execution. Dearborn, Michigan, already fallen. New York, pretty much gone. In Texas, they have a pretty strong hold, just waiting for, I'd say they're just waiting for the right time to strike. While a few of them try to say they're peaceful, the majority of them say death to your world. Why the fuck are we still coddling them? That's what I want to know. I mean, it's not like they don't tell you that one way or another, their ideology will enter your house. It's not like they didn't say they didn't come here to coexist. They came to take over. So again, why the are we coddling them? So let me.
So the group of people specifically that he is referring to are Muslims. He listed different areas where they specifically are and what has happened directly in those areas or how those areas have turned out and how they have built their religious centers under false pretenses. I think I might have covered this before in a different live stream because somebody also stated the exact same thing before. And this is why I stated last year. Again, it's crazy that I can literally say it at this moment in time. I specifically stated that I'm not sure how people in the United States, out of all of the United States, the greatest example of what happens, you can look at Dearborn, Michigan. Like I said, if people don't believe me, I did quite a few videos dealing with Dearborn, Michigan, and I told people I was there back when this, very much started. You could see the incremental increase or evolution to the area. It even got to the point where in Dearborn, Michigan, the signs in those areas started to just be just strictly Arabic and they had no English context at all. And I'm like, yeah, you're in the United States. Never at a point in time do you ever pull some type of madness like that where it's like, okay, I'm rolling through here and I'm basically thinking I'm in another country. No, like I said, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. And this is why I try to tell people before when you're in somebody else's country, you don't sit up there and do some type of nonsense like that. Like I said, that's letting people know that you don't respect any of the people there. It's great that you may have your own area where your people reside and things of that nature, but the moment of time that you're like, this is just strictly ours, like it's a 2.0 version of where you came from. Nah, y'all need to calm that down. But again, those out there in Dearborn, I guess didn't do too much of the complaining that they should have. And Dearborn, Michigan is the way that it is at this moment in time. And this is why I said up there and stated before that it's crazy to me that when it deals in New York, it became first, we had this whole thing of 9/11. And for about 10 plus years, New Yorkers were feeling a certain type of way about anybody that was Muslim or over there, quote unquote, from the Middle East. And now we're in 2026 where they have a Muslim mayor. I'm like, how in the world did that even transpire? I can promise you that this would have never have happened in the early 2000s. Never have happened. Never. But this is what happens, when you have people that are removed from history. Basically, meaning when you look directly at the younger generation, the younger generation don't have any type of recollection. They don't know really anything about 9/11 except for what they can just spot and see and all this other type of stuff. They don't know the turmoil. They don't know the emotions or anything like that. They don't care about it. They be like, that has to do with the older generation. That has nothing to do with us. We're about, this, that, and the third. And again, when the New York mayor, he's up there, pulling up in clubs and because, quote unquote, he's with it. He's hip. All of that stuff. That's all you got to do in order to get the younger generation. I kid you not. All you have to do is pull up to like a club, know some lyrics, have like a favorite artist, have just a few things in common. They're sold. It's it. You don't got to really do nothing or talk about politics. That's all you got to do. Have something in common, and that's it. Again, you can clearly tell, and he got the votes, and he is directly in there. And as I told people before, he's going to specifically do things for his people. I kid you not. He's going to make sure to do for his people. Again, I went directly by the acceptance speech that he had, and he wanted to list all of the other immigrants there in New York, and he didn't say nothing about Black Americans. I'm like, I see what time it is. I see what time it is. So yeah, it'd be like that. Like I said, it'd be like that. People are going to have to sit up there and figure it out. because you can only warn people so many times about a variety of things that are that's specifically happening. Again, like the video that I even gave to folks when they dealt with the Somalians, and this guy went around a Somalian area and asked Somalians would they rather live under Muslim laws and rules, or would they rather live in America or under American rules. They said they would rather live under their own people's laws, around their own people, and dealing with their religion. But I'm like, you're in the United States, so it's like, how much sense does it make to say that, and then you opted to be here? But like I said, their whole plan is to basically make this a 2.0 of whatever country that they came from. That's it. It's that simple. It's that simple. I gave y'all videos directly from TikTok where Africans were having conversations talking about that they're going to take over the United States by 2063 or whatever time, and they were up here like, "Oh yeah, we already got a few states already, that's African and da da da, and we're going to have y'all speak in Swahili and all this other." I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm like, you don't even got control of your own country, but you think, you think for 1 second, the United States, you think that any actual real American citizen is going to allow you to switch any languages here and make that the dominant? You think that we're going to? Nah, y'all done lost your minds. Y'all have 1,000%. Like I said, this is what happens when people get too comfortable. This is specifically what happens when people get too comfortable, and you have a lot of folks out here always want to try to say that, oh, Black Americans are xenophobic and this, that, and the third. Nah, actually, we're not. We play directly for home, and you're not about to disrespect home. No matter how it is that we've been disrespected or treated here, this is still home at the end of the day. And the craziest part is a lot of these folks are the same ones going online trying to tell Black Americans, oh, because y'all get treated so bad in America, y'all should venture in and go and visit other places, or try to live there and all this other. It's crazy how everybody's trying to what's the romanticize other places that are not America to try to get Black Americans over there while they're flooding like the Africans are flooding to get directly over here. That's some wild work. I'm like, you're from Nigeria, right? But you're trying to tell me as a Black American that all these other African places are great and beautiful, but yet you're not trying to live there and be there. You're trying to run over here and bring your Nigerian family to these United States and move directly into Texas and a few other states. But you're trying to get online and tell Black Americans that everywhere else is so beautiful and great, and we don't have to worry about getting treated a certain type of way like we do in America. So why are you trying to swap spots? That don't make any sense. If you know that about those other places, you should take your Nigerian family or African family directly to those spots. But again, you're not trying to do that. Like I said, it's a bait and switch. And that's what a lot of them tend to do, especially on TikTok. That's some crazy work. 100%. Hey, what is up, Pink? What is up? What is up? What is up? So now let's take another listen to a shorter video, and I made sure to put her the quote that she had on Twitter above the video. Right, I might have to play it a few times so that you can understand why it is that I placed this video up here.
All right, I started recording again. We're back. Can you say the N-word a bunch? So you're telling me there's Black people fighting over fried chicken on a Carnival cruise?
Yes.
And how old were you?
And that's where it basically cuts. Let me just rewind that one more time, just in case people did not hear what specifically happened.
All right, I started recording again. We're back. Can you say the N-word a bunch? So you're telling me there's Black people fighting over fried chicken on a Carnival cruise?
Yes.
And how old were you?
Right. So that's her account. Directly up top, she said, "Don't ever call me African, and no, I am not Caribbean. I am a tired Black American." So she got on this Caucasian man's platform And he basically said, I need you to jump. And she basically said, how high? Right? Do you want me to jump, out of my chair? Do you want me to jump on the desk, on the ceiling? Do you want me to jump to the Empire State Building? You want me to jump to the moon? You want me to jump and reach Jupiter? How high do you want me to jump? And this is why I set up there and stated before to a lot of the black women out there that there's a lot of folks out there that are doing stuff and it's not going to reflect positively at all. And again, I don't know how the size of the platform that this guy's on, like his reach or anything like that. Um, but it's not a good look at all. And she's young enough where I'm looking at her and I'm like, she's probably in her 20s, like somewhere to the early to the mid 20s. And she's doing that, heavy. Well, it's not even like Candace Owens. Like this is past that. She's trying to go above and beyond and be directly on the ultra right side, that type of deal. And like I said, she thinks that this is funny, that this is cute because she's going directly for the money and she is willing to sacrifice any and everything in order to do so. In order to just be, proven to be legitimate, a type of asset for, the sides that are out there. It's crazy work. Like I said, I try to tell people and give people the warning to let them know that you got people amongst you like this. Like just because they look like you does not mean that they are directly for you. She got up there on a platform and he was like, "Oh, so you told me that on a Carnival cruise that you just had black people fighting over fried chicken. Really? Huh?" Like out of any and everything that they could be potentially talking about, they went the most with the most stereotypical thing. And again, I'm not even sure even about the legitimacy of the story that they're referring to, but still, out of any story that they could have referred to, it had to be that. Like I said, and this is just like you had a lot of those girls who were either cosplaying, either it might have been half and half. It was on Fresh and Fit, and you had Nick Fluentes directly up there, and you had the black girls up there. They it could have been a mixture of Black American women and women from other places, but everybody was melanated. Everybody had color directly to them, and they didn't have no problems directly with them. They was up there taking pictures. They were sitting up there smiling. Some of them were just like really directly up on them, real close and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, this ain't gonna fare too well because history is going to be a certain point in time that people are going to recall this. All of this stuff that I'm talking about, people are going to bring this up, and it's going to be compounded and compounded and compounded. Like I said, it's not it's not going to look good. I'm just again, I try to tell people because I'm looking at the optics that they're setting up. Like I said, for anybody that has not watched the Fallout TV show, go look at the first few episodes of the season and look at the main character there in an interracial relationship with the black woman and how they got a biracial child and how that black woman left the white guy that she was with to be with another white guy. And together with the new white guy that she was with, she specifically herself came up with the plan amongst all of the other groups that were there at that table. She was the only one that came up with the idea to cause the fallout to happen. Basically, fallout is nuclear, right? So she came up with the nuclear idea to basically end everything so that the rich, the elites directly out there that are in this cryostasis, that are in these vaults, would basically be able to come out and reproduce just specifically themselves. They'll get rid of all the rest of the folks on the planet because that was the deal. That was the whole plan. They'll pretty much sweep the whole field. And after a certain amount of decades have passed and it's safe for them to come out, they'll come out and basically recreate a new society specifically with them in their bloodlines. And that was the idea from that black woman there. So, like I said, the optics that they are specifically placing out here when it deals with black women in these relationships is not good at all. Again, I'm trying to warn people, but people don't want to listen. So let's keep going.
On behalf of these illegal immigrants, you guys are really out here fighting and risking your life for people who don't care about you. They wouldn't come and visit you in a jail cell if you got locked up. They're not the ones that's going to donate to your family if you get killed. They're not coming to the funeral. You're not even going to get a thank you. Yet you're out here risking your life. You're risking your freedom for people. If it ever came down to it, they would take your spot and not care one bit how you feel about it. I respect these people more than I respect you guys who are out there acting stupid in the streets. Because at least the risk that they're taking is for their family, while you're neglecting your family for them. And if you got your kids out there in the streets in these situations that are super hostile and dangerous, the only thing that I can say to you is you're stupid.
Bars. I'm glad that it actually stopped directly on that, because those are my sentiments exactly. I've stated before that nobody who is Black American should be out in these streets protesting. Nobody. And the craziest part is the two videos that I posted when it dealt with the Black Panther Party. You had people talking about like, oh yeah, this is the Black Panther Party. No, it's not. No, it's not. Like originally, before doing all this, that dude was talking about being a rapper. Talking about songs he did with like Chris Brown and Bun B and not Joel Santana, Jim Jones, and a few. Like, nah. Like I said, if his rap career, if the dude's rap career, that's the head of the whatever Black Panther Party, wherever he is, if his rap career would have basically made it somewhere, he would have never been a part of this whole thing. If he was making multi-millions of dollars, he would not talk about anything Black Panther related. He wouldn't be talking about anything dealing with, uplifting the people and rah, 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 and all this. Nah. It would not have happened. Oh, Rich said in that TV show Scandalous. Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. So the one thing that I love directly about folks deciding to put some stuff up there, they was like, and ISIS, I wish people would get the AI robots, NPCs, to at least talk correctly. But you said ISIS is going to come after the blacks next. Okay, yeah. As I stated before, and let me just purely state again, Black people have always been first, and Black people are going to be last. Everybody else is just in the middle. Everybody else is just getting their turn directly on the wheel at this moment of time, and it's a very short turn. It is going to return right back to a scheduled everyday program. Like I said before, it's hilarious when people want to have these types of sentiments. We've always been facing things in the United States. Again, like I said before, it's a Tuesday or a Wednesday for us. For everybody else that this is happening to, this is pretty much your life. This is chaos. The sky is falling, right? This is Armageddon. But like I said, historically speaking, Black Americans have always been, going through stuff like this. Even of recent years, you can look at how the police have terrorized Black communities. So this ain't nothing new. This ain't nothing new. We've been had, our kids and our loved ones pulled away directly from us. But at least, yours is still alive. Ours never made it back. They're 6 feet deep. Some of them might be, in a coma, breathing, barely. Like I said before, it's crazy when people want to pull up to the scene and, start stating all of that nonsense like Black Americans ain't never faced or went through nothing. it's like that's some crazy work. As stated before, Black Americans stay home. The Renee Good situation has nothing to do with you at all. A white man was the main one that was a part of that, right? Renee Good was a part of that. Renee Good's wife is a part of that. All that whole trifecta, the whole thing of that, the Holy Trinity, that's all white folks. The Renee Good situation is a white folks problem. That is a white American situation and problem. And it's crazy to me that, and I do have a video directly down here that basically, I might just even pull that up. Matter of fact, I'm going to play that real quick so we can, look at this, right?
Just open-ended. Any comments you want to give to like my generation, the younger generation, or just any generation?
Legally arm yourselves and unify, or else you will die. And I mean that in the literal sense. You see on the news all the time, Renee, you know, everybody say her name, Renee.
Renee.
Right? She just got shot in the face by ICE, right? This is a real thing, and they're not gonna stop. And the more they hurt people and get away with it, the more they're gonna get that momentum to keep going. So everybody needs to unify and come together, and everybody needs to arm themselves, right? Because a revolution is in the barrel of a gun, whether you believe it or not. You want to be comfortable and you want to be nice. You don't want no confrontation. Look, Huey P. Newton said it the best. Anybody without a gun is either a slave or they're about to be one. You know? So, and people worried about people being scared of him. Huey P. Newton also said this when somebody asked him, don't you think the Black Panther Party is scary? Don't you think it's scaring people? He said, my people have been the ones afraid. Hey, sister, we got free groceries over here. Free hot soup and free clothes. He said, my people be the one afraid for hundreds of years. So if you're saying people scared of us now, that's a compliment. That means we're doing something right. You know what I'm saying? Would you rather be scared of ICE? Would you rather be scared of the slave catcher, the police? Would you rather be scared of the government forces that are working against the people? Or would you rather be them scared to mess with you? That's for you to choose. That's for you to decide. Unify and arm yourself and keep this mentality all the time. All power to the people.
All power to the people. Where can people find you? Like on social
I'm
media?
Chairman Paul Birdsong on Instagram. You can find the Black Panther Party for self-defense on TikTok and Instagram. Black Panther Party is split up by chapter, so whatever state you are in, if there's a chapter there, type in BPP and the name of your state, and it should pop up.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
So we heard that, right? He did not say anything about any group of people. And as stated before, again, you can decide to take it with a grain of salt, right? Let me see if I can pull that image directly up. When I originally did a video specifically on this, dealing with him, the information that I was able to gather and look up stated that he is of mixed heritage, right? Let me see if I can find it real quick, right? So this is one of the things I was able to pull up so we can see that directly in front of us. It says background-wise that Paul Birdsong identifies with a diverse heritage, Caribbean roots. His father's family are Caribbean immigrants, mixed heritage. His mother's ancestry is a mix of American Indian, Caucasian, and Black. So again, this is why if we're going to take this as truth, this is why it would make even more sense that he pulled up to the scene and the main person that he keeps reiterating, the main name, Renee Good. He was like, say her name, Renee Good. Say her name, Renee Good. Again, he's talking about a white woman that had her life taken by way of a white male. Again, this is a white community situation. This is a white American problem. This has nothing to do with the Black Americans at all. At all. It doesn't. Realistically should happen in these United States is that white folks who disagree with what happened with Renee Good should be the ones primarily and only the ones be directly on the streets to deal with this situation. The ones directly out here marching, the ones making hashtags, the one making videos, the ones going directly out there on the news or being directly in the spotlight. They should be the ones doing the advocacy, because as I've seen throughout all of these years and decades, white people have always talked about that they care and they love so much about their population and they need to stop the loss of life and everything of that sort. So again, white Americans should be the ones frontline and center and directly in the spotlight when it deals with this situation. Black Americans at all should never, ever be a part of this situation at all. Because again, it has nothing. We get blamed for everything else in these United States. Even if we are moving, standing still, we still somehow, some way get blamed for something. This is one thing, stay out of it. We take the blame for a lot of other stuff. People want to blame us for the debt. They want to blame us for the medical system, the education system. They want to blame us for the lack of businesses and all this other type of stuff in a variety of states. Like I said, take the blame for everything. Stay directly out of this. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, that's some crazy work out here. It has nothing to do with us. And for that dude to talk about that, they are quote unquote the Black Panthers and they're up here representing, XYZ and fighting for all these other folks out there. This is the main question because I had somebody in the comment section try to say that I'm racist. Cool, no problem, right? Last time I checked, the Black Panther Party were there to help in a sense, like let's say like a check and balance, right? So we got a group that took the initiative to take whatever the negative or the brunt was when it deals with the Black community and perform corrections. So if it dealt with drug dealers, hey, we're going to be sitting up there, getting some stuff going to clear that directly out of the streets so the mothers and the children are not affected, right? So we're not out here tearing up the community. If we need more people to basically patrol Black neighborhoods, hey, we can enlist them in the Black community. They're armed. If anything happens, hey, we're already sitting up there patrolling. We're making sure we're lessening the amounts of crime, robbery, and different things of that nature. If we need folks out there to help us, or help us with the kids, hey, Black Panther Party pulls up to the scene. We created these after school and these before school programs to help out and to feed Black children to make sure that they specifically get the things that they specifically need. If kids, happen to need, or the families might need some food or things of that nature, hey, we got food drives that were also, again, everything that the Black Panthers did was to benefit and to help out the Black community. They took the brunt of everything, was like, all right, we're going to situate this, we're going to divide this, and we got, these different folks here that are going to attack every single one of these problems and these situations. So in my mind, when I'm sitting up there looking at it, is you're, as the Black Panther Party, stepping up for a whole nother group of people. But where are you to step up for Black people? We got a lot of young dudes right now, even more so than previous. We got a lot of young dudes out here on the streets, ripping and running, tearing up the Black community. We got crime and stuff basically going up there. We got crime within proximity in the Black community happening. It's on the news, right? It's impossible to sit up there and miss it, right? We need patrols directly within our neighborhoods, right? We need folks to come directly through and to beautify our neighborhoods, right? We need folks to come through and start, helping to clean up the trash and everything in our neighborhoods. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is how can you have the type of energy to help out somebody else in a whole nother community, but then you don't have that energy when it deals with us? Like I said before, it's cool, right? He said in a video and maybe some other videos, hey, we out there feeding people and all this other type of stuff. Rah, rah, rah. That's all great. That's cool. 100% of your focus should be only on the Black community if you are the quote unquote Black Panthers that you say that you are. Because no other group who formulates a group, like if white people formulate a group, that's within their ecosystem or whatnot, you're not going to sit up there and see them, oh yeah, we're going to sit up there and help out the Blacks. we're going to use our group and we're going to go directly and clean up their communities. We're going to sweep the drugs off the streets. We're going to have armed patrols directly out there. We're going to help out the kids. We're going to help out the the mothers and all. They're not doing that. You don't see other groups sitting up there doing that because they don't care to. Because whatever happens to Black people happens to Black people. It doesn't have nothing to do with their people, their family, their friends, their ecosystem, their suburbs. Like I said, that's some crazy work. That is 100% diabolical. Like, yo, people gotta get it together. Let me see. What else we got here? Let me see. Yeah, that's great. If you got friends you got multicultural friends, that's great. That has nothing to do with the situation. You said what? Look, this man stood up for themselves. If you all took care. I don't even know what that dude is even talking about. Yo, church, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $2 dono to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Yeah, I just like BVT said, whatever Kitty said made no sense. that's not even having any bearing on the conversation, anything that I'm even talking about at this moment in time. That's facts. The Black Panthers were for black people originally. Yep, 100%. You say he isn't for them. He's serving self like all bug money pastors. That's a good point. That is 100% a good point. He said, Copper said my mother was BLA and a BPP and tried to get her indicted with the Panthers 21 trial. Yo, RY, what is up? What is up? What is up? Cosmic said, and as soon as you start paying attention, you notice that the first thing they do is call you a racist name. D Love said, the guy here does not represent the original Black Panther Party. Yep. That is bars. That is bars. Who was that? So for K-Swap, right? I'm just trying to specifically figure out who are you trying to call an idiot. That's the, like I said, I try to be cordial with folks directly out here. Try to be cordial, right? Yo, shout out to Lunch for the $10 dono to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. I'm trying to roll back up here real quick. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out who you're trying to really call an idiot. Just let me know here. Yo, Rabbit, you said you got to do a video on biracial history of sabotaging Black progress / movements across the diaspora. It's a discussion that's long overdue. America, Haiti, Brazil, and Africa. That's true. He said, so you are dismissing the Rainbow Coalition. Again, I'm talking directly about the Black Panthers and how it was originally started and who it was specifically for. I'm not talking about no other groups, nor do I care about any other groups directly out there. I'm talking about what is needed in order to fix and help out the Black community only. This has nothing to do with nobody else. Like I said before, it has nothing to do with it. This is my thing. I don't understand. Like when folks out here sit up there and always tell Black people, like, yo, focus on yourselves, fix your problems, fix your neighborhoods before you worry about anybody else. That's clearly what I'm saying. I'm clearly stating that Black Americans have more important and pressing issues to deal with and focus on versus focus on somebody else's situation in their community. Like I said, whatever happens with our kids happens with our kids. Whatever happens in our school systems happens with our school systems. Whatever happens to Black Americans medically, it happens to us medically. Whatever happens to us by way of police or the government, it happens specifically to us. So like I said before, all I'm stating is that if we have a group directly out here, everything that they do should specifically 100% be for Black Americans, because we need to do for self. Nobody else has to worry about the problems and issues that Black Americans have. No, let me just repeat that again. White folks do not have anywhere close to any of the types of problems or situations that Black Americans have, especially historically in this country. So we are the ones that need to specifically be seeking out those in our community that are 100% for us, that are going to benefit us. That's all I'm saying. But for whatever reason, I get called, an idiot. People say that, so what about this and what about that and all this other type of stuff. That's, it's crazy. Let me see somebody saying, please get a life, loser. Let me see what else we got. I think that was it. Oh, we just got 1,000% trolls directly in there. I see y'all. Hold on, wait. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right. So now, let me see. Carlos said a new Black Panther Party needs to watch out for the sheeps and wolves clothing, like Malcolm X warned everybody about. All right, so we just got people just trolling, no problem, because you ain't really talking about nothing. So I got you. Black said, man, I came to terms that I have to be selfish to have something for myself, because if you keep giving, eventually you won't be able to help someone else. Swap said that there are Nazis in the streets pretending to be agents covering their faces. You don't think fascism is going to affect you? Well, due to the fact that you decided to cuss directly in that comment, can't really actually post that one directly up there. So if anybody was able to see her comment and read it, you know who I'm responding to. So basically, you can see K Swap directly up there, right? This is my problem when it deals with quote unquote the fascism that you're talking about, and the people that are hiding behind masks. They've been doing this back during the police. Before you even had ICE, we had police hiding behind masks. They were covering up their faces. These are the same cops that at one point in time, you know, they weren't allowed to sit up there and actually have tattoos that were specifically showing. You're not supposed to see neck tattoos. You're not supposed to see knuckle tattoos, elbows, or wrist. You're a professional, so you're supposed to stay in a professional place, which means that you wear long sleeves or anything to cover up those tattoos. Because what I learned from LA cops, right? They specifically said that tattoos are a sign of being in a gang, right? They said that people who got tattoos are normally gang affiliated. So when I think about a cop showing open tattoos on their arms and on their knuckles, and you can see it directly on their neck, I'm like, oh, you're a part of a gang. I got to have the same mentality as the cops. So if I know that the cops are basically their own gang out loud, and they have their own internal gang, again going by LA, and I've specifically covered the police and how they had the banditos and many other police groups within the police force. But then the police chief wanted to come out like, oh, there's no such thing as cop gangs. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. So like I said before, you've already had these types directly out there. You've already had these types directly out there. Black Americans tried to sit up there and tell y'all folks out here that, yo, y'all got gang members that are cops. The only difference is they don't look like everybody else. They look like you. They look like the men of your community. They look like the sons that you're raising. They look like the uncles that are part of your community. They look like John, the Amazon guy, Jake, the cable guy. But because Black Americans are saying it was like, oh no, y'all just being racist. These white cops, they can never be gangs. They don't grow up the same way that you guys do. They don't commit these acts of crime and all this other. So y'all didn't want to listen, especially you white women. Y'all didn't want to sit up there and specifically listen. But now that you're able to sit up there and see one of your white men commit an act and a crime out there in cold blood for everybody to see and to record and repost on the internet, now y'all want to step back and y'all want to breathe and be like, yo, we got to do something about this. You right. You do something about this. This don't got nothing to do with Black Americans at all. It has zero to do with Black Americans at all. That's all I'm sitting up here saying. And it's crazy to me that people get up here and they want to act as though that their feelings are hurt. When I'm referring to and talking about this stuff, when in all actuality, y'all realistically, like I told people before, y'all don't care about nothing up until it hits your front door. And I told y'all this for years. The moment in time that these cops, right, that have their power by way of the government, the moment in time that your dragons come directly back into your community and they do everything that you allow them to do and what you train them to do, but now they're doing it to you, that's the only time that y'all going to listen. That's the only time that y'all going to sit up there and learn. But the lesson is not over, because school takes a while to educate people. So you're going to have to endure and deal with this for a very long time before anything is actually done. Because again, this is your fault. You've enabled this because you're a part of this power structure that you did not specifically yourself want to dismantle, because you yourself as a white woman benefit directly from this structure. So why would you sit up there and try to dismantle it? right? Why would you try to sit up there, call out your men who specifically made rules, laws, and regulations so that you can benefit directly from it? Like I said before, like, yo, come on now. Like, there's nothing that you can sit up here and say and try to tell me right now that's going to make me be like, ah, yeah, you know what? We all got to sit up there and work together. No, we ain't been working together. Like I said, the moment in time the Black Americans tried to sit up there and work with folks directly about here, nobody wanted to listen. Shout out to James Brown for the $5 dono. Said delineation is mandatory, and that is facts. 100%. 100%. You said, bro, I'm from Puerto Rico. Okay. What does that mean for me? We just went directly over this. Didn't we just go over? Didn't we not just go over this before? Hold on. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. I got you. No problem, champ. Because you're like, what you're like, hey, Seji, whatever you're saying right now, it doesn't have anything to do with me because I am Puerto Rican. No problem, my friend. No problem. I got you. We are, I'm directly there with you. I understand, right? So what I like to sit up there and do is put up previous information because it seems that I always got to do this every single time when when folks want to have a conversation. And again, just in case people missed it, I have no problem with sitting up there going over this type of information. So this is what we're going to sit up there and do here. I got you. Hold on 1 second. So here we go, right? So you said you are from Puerto Rico, got you. So we got these great forefathers, directly up there. We got Mr. John J. Herrera, president of the LULAC, back in 1952, said Latin Americans of Mexican descent belong to the Caucasian race and therefore are white. Right? We have Felix Tijerina, Mexican American president. Right? He said that let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems are not mine. I don't want to ally with him. Right. So basically, what I'm saying is that anybody relatively who is Spanish speaking pretty much is white. This is what a lot of folks, like these folks here, this is what they specifically fought for way back when. They specifically stated that if you call them anything else other than white, it is considered to be a slur. So again, I do not care where specifically it is that you are from or who it is that you come from. Just know what it is that is directly in front of you. I didn't make this up. Anybody can sit up there and make it up. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. You know, you said that the difference here is that Trump has actively done everything he can to unravel everything that was in place that was keeping these people in place. I mean, hey, it'd be like that. And like I told people before, and I like to sit up there and bring up a little bit of information. Hopefully, if I actually have the clip, that would be even better. But I'm going to try to roll back here. Let me see. How far ago was that? That was about earlier this week. If I can find the clip, that would be awesome. Give me a second. This says like last month. I don't think it's in here. Last time I remember talking about these conversations, it was stated that those who are, Spanish speaking were the ones who heavily voted for Trump. And a lot of those folks did not have any type of shame when it dealt with voting for Trump. So again, I'm trying to figure out when people want to mention, there we go. Oh, I gotta take some stuff down. I got you. Let me just do that real quick. Let me do that real quick. Take a little bit of nonsense down real quick, right? So let me go right back. It was a longer. There we go.
And I vote for Mr. Trump. We vote for Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr. Trump. We love you. We love you. All the way to the White House.
Beyond betray. They used us. They actually, during the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that he was not going to touch the documented people.
Hey.
For Donald Trump. Let's go.
Hey.
Latino for Trump. I will vote. Yeah. For Donald Trump. Bueno, señoras y señores.
So, yeah. Just in case anybody's confused. Just in case anybody gets it confused on why it is that I'm saying what it is that I'm saying. So again, I don't know what you want me to do as a Black American. I don't know what you want me to do with this, because I'm not at fault for specifically what was happening. What was that? Osaka said that's a catchy tune. Yeah, every time I play this song, I'm sitting up there dancing. Yo, they jamming. I'm not sitting up there saying that I'm agreeing, but yo, they sitting up there, they playing those instruments. Like, let me sit up there and tell you something. Yo, I didn't have, it's been some times I was sitting up there doing videos, and instead of me cutting the videos, I'm sitting up there replaying and sitting up there dancing to the songs. It's like, yo, just be like that. You know, just saying. You said, who said it was your fault? Well, I'm guessing, again, looking at your comment, you must be new to the platform. I've covered quite a lot of folks who I like to say Spanish speaking people, because that will pretty much encompass, quite a lot of folks directly out there, instead of specifically trying to name variety of groups or however it goes about it, because then people want to start be like, oh no, we're not, we're Dominican, we're not this and that, the third, and we're Mexican, we're not this. I'm like, fine, people who speak Spanish. That's a pretty generalized thing to cover all of the bases. I've had a lot of folks that have come directly up to this platform and try to sit up there and blame Black Americans for what is going on with the Republican Party and with the Trump administration. And they've also come out and basically stated that Black Americans need to come out here and fight for everybody else. And I'm like, no, we don't. Because we told people, hey, if you happen to go down this road, it's not going to end well. It's not going to be what you think is going to sit up there and be. Because like I said before, a lot of these folks decided to vote in this way because they felt that it was going to negatively impact and affect Black Americans. It did not. It's affecting everybody else. And so now, since everybody's able to sit up there and see that, now people want to get online and start saying a variety of things about Black Americans, all of which are negative. And then, since we're not really moving a budget, now a lot of these folks want to come through and they want to sit up there and say, well, Black Americans, because y'all don't want to sit up there and help us, and y'all see what we're going through. What do you think is going to happen after they're done with us? They're going to do the police or whoever, or the United States government, they're going to do the same thing that they've always done to Black Americans historically. So it's like I said before. So going back to what you said before, when you said, who said it was your fault? All of y'all. It don't matter where y'all come from. All of y'all sat up there and said it. I got videos of representatives from a variety of places from both South America, in the United States, in Mexico, those from the islands, the Dominicans, you got the Haitians, you got the Jamaicans, you got the Caribbeans, you got the Africans. It don't matter what group it is. All of y'all have come through with y'all representatives that represents each and every one of y'all. Y'all have come through online to sit up there and specifically speak to Black Americans in a condescending and a negative tone, telling us like, hey, this is what y'all going through is basically Black Americans' fault because we're not standing up for you. Because, oh, didn't y'all remember we BLM, we were there, we were sitting up there marching and all this and da 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 and rah 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 rah. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, so that 1 second instance out of all of history that y'all were there, that's the best that you got. When in the totality of history, whether people want to acknowledge it or not, every single fight that Black Americans have had, it is for us, but it was also for the other people directly out there, because we genuinely looked at other people, right, who were not white. It was like, you know what, we understand that y'all going to actually face and go through certain things that we're facing right now. So we're going to try to, open this doorway so that we can all go through, so that we can all walk. And people are like, nah, it's like the moment in time, Black Americans, the moment in time y'all get that door through, we're bum rushing y'all. And then we're going to stampede over you so that we can get the things that we want for our respective groups and families directly out here. And that's what y'all did. That's what y'all did. And like I said, I'm not mad about it. It be like that. Y'all want to come directly through to the United States. You want to make sure that you benefit your own family, your groups, and all that. Cool, no problem. It's all good. But when everything falls apart, don't turn around and look back at the people that you stepped on and stepped over in order to get there, and ask them while they're on the ground, still trying to pick themselves up from injuries and cuts and bruises. Like, yo, Black Americans, we need y'all to actually clean up and help us with this situation. No, you don't. Do it yourself. That's what community is for, right? If you did what you were supposed to do to get the little bit of power, the little Happy Meal toy that you wanted, make sure that you're able to deal with the toll. Because every time you make a deal with the devil, you're going to have to sit up there and pay a higher and higher price. And I guess that price is getting so high that y'all don't really have nothing to barter with no more. So now y'all got to turn around and basically blame us because you didn't read the instructions that were written in invisible ink. Like I said, that's some crazy work. That is some diabolic work. And again, if people want to, look at those previous videos where I showcase the fact that a lot of these folks from all over want to sit up there and blame Black Americans for what's going on, you can go do your research on SEIJIHITO, the Second Coming, and go directly through a lot of those videos. That's all I'm saying. Next time when people decide to make deals with the devil, make sure that you can make a deal that you can pay for. Make sure you know how to barter better. Make sure that you're willing to actually make the sacrifice that the devil requires. Because like I said, it's like I keep trying to sit up there and tell people, like, you don't want to borrow money from a loan shark. You're going to sit there and borrow $500, and then they're going to put like a 1,000 or 100,000% interest directly on that $500, and now you're permanently in debt for the rest of your life. You ain't never paying that money back. They're not going to allow you. They're always going to add stipulations, brand new rules. Oh, it was supposed to be here 5 minutes ago, yesterday at 12 while I was eating dinner and watching this movie. You were supposed to call me before I hit the lights up, but because you didn't, now this interest, it automatically went up. And like I said, those loan sharks, they do not care. You don't pay them that money. Hey, it's going to be something that is very dear and close to the heart that they're going to have to take from you. Like I said, people better wise up. People better wise up. Yo, church. Thank you. Much love, respect, and appreciation for another $5 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. You said that the Black community is losing out more than anybody else. Okay. Whatever you say. The Black community, the exact same way the Black community has always stood, historically speaking, that's the exact same way that we're going to be directly in the end. So whatever scare tactics people want to sit up there and use, always know that we're still going to be here, no matter what the population. There's not going to be a point in time that whoever is directly out here, it's like, oh yeah, Black Americans, snap of the fingers, Black Americans disappear. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck. I would love to sit up there and see it. I would love to sit up there and see that happen. Just at the snap of a finger, Black Americans just everywhere across the United States just instantly disappear all at once. Good luck with that. Good luck. So K-Swap said you'd have a point if I ever voted for a Republican. It doesn't matter if you did or didn't. Just like when I brought up the information before, when I specifically stated that those out here consider themselves to be white. And if you call them anything else but, it is considered to be a slur. So it's cool, right? It's cool that you can, have a problem with the whole thing that I said about the voting for or being, aligned with the side and all this other type of stuff. But at the end of the day, the facts directly are the facts. And the other thing that I brought up before when it deals with anybody from any Spanish speaking communities is a thing that I understood and I had to learn very quickly is that those directly out there, especially the lightest ones, are very colorist. And they do not like the darker complected individuals out there. Case in point, you can look at South America and how the Brazilians are basically deemed and treated versus what you're able to sit up there and see on television, right? You can look at the Mexican population and how the darker complected Mexicans are pretty much, you don't even see them. You wouldn't even know that there were darker complected Mexicans unless you did research. Because in general, you'll see everybody else that is of the lighter variety. And it doesn't matter where you specifically go. It's the exact same thing. It's the same thing when it deals with Dominicans. The exact same thing. So, like I said, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. A lot of people got things internally that they need to, sit up there and fix before they start looking at Black Americans. Let me see. Where is? I'm trying to look for one image. Right? It's a very great painting, classic painting that I'm going to put directly up here just to throw this in there. Right? Just so that we can get this cleared directly out here so people know what it is that I'm talking about. This basically represents what I'm talking about right here. This whole painting, right? So you got the mother right here, darker complected, dark as all get out, right? Beautiful complexion. Then you got the daughter, right? Came out lighter because more than likely the mother sat up there and found somebody who was of a lighter complexion. So what did the daughter sit up there and do? She found somebody that was basically as close to white as possible so that they could produce a white child. And now you see the mother with her hands raised, praying to God, basically saying, thank you, as if her skin is basically a curse. Like I said, this is what I'm talking about. This is clear cut what I'm talking about, just so nobody can get it misconstrued or confused. This is what that looks like. So like I said before, any of y'all want to pull up to the scene and y'all want to decide to check Black Americans, you might want to sit up there and check your own people, because this is why a lot of y'all are as light as you are at this current moment of time, because of this mentality that you see directly in this painting. Art imitates life, life imitates art. Tell me I'm a liar. Tell me I'm a liar. Like I said, people want to come through and they want to try to, correct me on a lot of things. But then once I start showcasing stuff like this, people get real silent. People don't got nothing to say. Because now you got to deal with reality. Now you got to deal with something that's hitting real close to home. Now you got to look at something that when you look in the mirror, you can sit up there and see it through your DNA and figure out, oh, this is how I actually got here. Yeah, because a lot of your own people got hate the way that y'all look. It's the same way that happens with the Asians. Like I said, Seoul, Korea. Go look up why it's called Seoul, Korea. Ask yourself what happened to the darker complected Asians. Ask yourself why a lot of Asians like to sit up there and use types of, bleaching creams and soaps and different things of that nature to whiten their skin. Like I said, all of y'all out here trying to escape the melanin that you naturally were given because this is a warm planet. And y'all want to sit up there and reject that because you view another group of people as the purest or the highest versions of what humans are supposed to sit up there and be. When realistically, the universe imbued you with a gift so that you can survive directly on this planet with no problems, no complications. Like I said, that's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Like I said, y'all in love with a blue eyes white dragon. Shout out to Kaiba. Shout out to my boy Kaiba. That's some crazy work out there. But anyways, since we're basically done with this topic, let's continue on with the next video.
Guys, thousands advised to stay indoors in Oregon, Nevada, California, and Georgia. Why? Thousands of residents in communities across parts of Oregon, Nevada, California, and Georgia have been urged to stay inside by the Environmental Protection Agency, aka the EPA, because of elevated amounts of fine particle pollution in the atmosphere. As of January 13th at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, PM 2.5 reached an unhealthy level across all 4 states, according to the EPA's Air Now map. Air Now uses the Air Quality Index AQI, a standardized scale that categorizes air quality from good to hazardous, to monitor, record, and communicate air quality conditions across the United States. Why does this matter? According to the EPA, unhealthy levels of PM 2.5 can affect all members of the public. However, those in sensitive groups, including the elderly, children, and individuals with certain health conditions, may experience more severe health effects. PM 2.5 is considered one of the most dangerous forms of air pollution. Lord have mercy. According to the EPA, as the particles are so small, less than 2.5 micrometers in size, they can be unknowingly inhaled and penetrate deep into the lungs or bloodstream. This has the potential to trigger or worsen cardiac or respiratory issues such as asthma, or cause symptoms such as coughing, throat, eye, and nose irritation, shortness of breath, and chest tightness. Numerous studies link particle levels to increased hospitalizations and even death from heart or lung disease. Both long and short-term particle exposure have been linked to health problems, the EPA warns. Y'all, so if you are in Oregon, Nevada, California, or Georgia, that is weird how Georgia is kind of just thrown in there. Am I tripping? Y'all, look at this map real quick. Hold on, let me make it bigger. Look where Oregon, Nevada, and California is. And then look at where Georgia is.
Yep.
Why?
Don't make sense.
That don't make you scratch your head? Like, why these particular states? And Georgia is nowhere near Oregon, Nevada, and California. So why would Georgia have bad air quality like that on the same level as them? Was there something dropped off in the air or something? Like, what? Come on now, make it make sense.
Right. So what she's basically talking about, because I had to look it up myself. What did Ash say? Rabbit said in Dutch dub, they never pronounced the name right. So for years I thought the name was Blue Eyes Y Dragon. Oh, that's crazy. So this was the information that I was able to find before I started the live stream. It said PM 2.5 refers to the fine inhalable particles that are 2.5 micrometers in diameter, originating from combustion, wildfires, and industrial emissions. These particles penetrate deep into the lungs and bloodstream, causing severe health risk like heart disease, lung cancer, and respiratory infections. They are a leading global mortality risk factor, causing over 4 million deaths annually. Again, I didn't know anything about this, so just as I'm learning about this, I'm giving this information to you so that we both know it pretty much at the same time, right? They said that the particles are so small that they can only be seen with an electron microscope. They are roughly 30 times smaller than a human hair. Common sources include vehicle emissions, power plants, wildfires, wood burning stoves, and cigarette smoke. Short-term exposure can cause coughs and airway irritation. Long-term exposure is linked to premature death, stroke, chronic bronchitis, and asthma. And then they go into the mathematical measurements below that. And then below it said the impact, it said over 99% of global population is exposed to PM 2.5 levels exceeding WHO's guidelines, right? So to further go directly into this topic, because again, the stream is listed as America's problems, we're going to look at 2 more clips dealing with this.
perspective of barely avoiding becoming part of the wreck. The video shows you the blinding conditions at the time of the crash that made traffic just disappear in an instant. The video was originally posted on TikTok 2 days after the crash. This dashcam video was given to Action News by driver Abdul Mateen, showing the conditions on Highway 99 between North and Cedar Avenues just after 9 o'clock Sunday morning. As the car heads south, you can see the fog drifting across the highway, but the road ahead is still visible. Suddenly, a dense patch nearly eliminates any view.
That's ridiculous.
And in the blink of an eye, the massive pileup appears in the mist. The driver makes a split-second move to narrowly avoid the crash, which we eventually learn had turned tragic. 61-year-old Gustavo Villanueva Vargas of Fresno was killed, and his wife was severely injured. Several others, including children, were taken to the hospital with injuries. Reports show 2 vehicles had initially slowed down, with several others behind them traveling faster. Investigators say visibility was estimated to be reduced to just 10 to 15 feet at the time of the crash.
Nah, that was less than that. And again, this is a video that I found that was linked directly with the thread. So it's like, even as I rewind, right? This is pretty much clear, right? This right here looks clear, looks very much overcast, right? But you can tell that there's technically something wrong. This is, if anybody's seen the movie The Mist, that's what this looks like, right? So everything is completely fine, right? And you see the car to the left directly in front. And then as it starts to go directly into that fog, it disappears. Brother, what? And then for a few feet, as the dude is driving, he's driving, not seeing nothing, and then almost hits the pileup that is in the middle because of this weird, random type of
The
fog,
road ahead
right?
is still visible.
So then, to further go directly into this, let's look at this next video.
You just run your hand across it too. You guys see all that reflective? See all that? Just scraped the windshield of the car. This is what was just scraped from my windshield. You can see all the metallic in there. If you just run your hand across it too.
Right, so let me just pull back to, and again, he put the date right up there, right? January 15th, 2026, California, Oceanside, right? So you look directly at that bag, you can clearly see it's some reflective bits in there. You can obviously tell that there are some metals directly in there, and this is very fine stuff. In order for him to get this, he had to scrape that off of the car and also the windshield and then pack that directly in there. Because if you don't pack it directly in there, it'll turn around and it'll look like this. Like, that's crazy. And that's what people are breathing in. You got people breathing this stuff directly in. And there's even more videos online showcasing this stuff when this weird stuff ended up hitting the air, causing a weird type of fog. And it was late at night when another guy, he was recording what was specifically happening. When he opened his door, all you saw was like these particles. As he put the flashlight directly outside, you just saw these particles swirling. That's not what fog does. Fog does not look like just some, random particles directly there. And then you got other people that show pictures of the filter that they have, where it deals with the AC unit. And one person said that for quite a while their filter was white, and then all of a sudden, after this stuff appeared and it went through and hit the filter, the filter was black. So, like I said before, people better be very careful in those states. What did they say? California, Oregon, and Georgia. People better be very careful. And again, like the lady stated in the first video, that's a very weird jump to basically go through those states. Like, even looking at the map, it's like that is crazy. I'm like, how do you do that? You got California, Oregon directly right there, and then it skips all of these states, and then it's like, boop, we're going right to Georgia. Huh? What type of flight path is that to skip every other state in between Oregon and California just to make it to Georgia? That don't make no type of. I've never seen that like that before. Only 3 states. All of those states that are in between, all of those states, nothing. Yeah, all right. But this is why I told people before that, you got a lot of stuff out here that's going on. This is why you got to pay very close attention. This is why in a lot of videos I kept trying to warn people like, yo, hey, a lot of stuff is going on, a lot of stuff is happening. You gotta, pay very close attention. A lot of things is, air, water, the soil, food. I repeatedly say these things in a variety of live streams and whatnot that I do here. But some people listen, some people don't, and I guess others will just sit up there and catch up. But like I said, people better be careful. If you love and care about your family, you better do everything to assure yourself that they're going to be safe, because the powers that be do not specifically care, and this is just a little bit of that proof. There's even more proof directly out there if people choose to research and go directly into it. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that one up there to put that out there because again, to me, that's pretty important, or at least for me, I would think so. So let's go into the next video here.
FBAs they're the CIA. I'm convinced. I've seen some of the dumbest said by these accounts. Either it's rage bait or it's the CIA. I'm saying it's the CIA, bro. Because how a country that enslaved your ancestors, took your people by force, brought them here, kept them trapped here. Y'all tried to leave multiple times. Y'all tried to build multiple times, got destroyed, then employed systemic racism, drugs, and all kind of to your communities. And then at one point even bombed and dug up your communities and buried them with water. And y'all still want to fight to be somewhere like that? It's the CIA. There's no way. This is not real people. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't want to be African. Cool, bro. Cool. This iShow Speed stream is just showing y'all like, yo, there's another opportunity. Like, USA is not the only place you have to be. So if you're getting treated unfairly here, you're getting treated unfairly in the UK, you're getting treated unfairly in Brazil, there's somewhere where there's black people, where it's nice, where there's opportunity, where you can go. You know what I'm saying? We ain't enforcing nobody. Nobody is forcing anybody. But these FBAs, not all black Americans. Most black Americans is just like this small subsection group of FBAs. They're like, I don't even know what to call it. It's like psychosis. They don't believe they're black. Or they don't believe Africans are black. They don't believe they're African, or they have any African ancestry. They don't want anything to do with Africa. Cool. You know what I'm saying? The traditions and things that went around from Africa, they don't even want to believe that's true, bro. They don't believe in history, dog. They don't believe. They just go off bro said information, and I think it's either psychosis or it's heavy drugs for coping. It's one of the two.
This is my thing. The craziest part is, so when Black Americans for the longest time basically said that they were African, have African descent, African DNA, and all this other type of stuff, and then we were, pretty much so deep within of doing, all this type of looking at history and all this other type of stuff, and they were like, yo, we started getting problems like, yo, we were the, kings out here, and Africa is like, this is part of us, da da da. Here are the Africans. They were like, you were never kings. You're not, you are not African. You were slaves, and this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff, and rah. And then we were like, you know what? We got to a point where it was a little bit of resistance, like, nah, all this other type of stuff is like, we're still going to have our beliefs and all this. And then people just collectively kept coming to Black Americans, tell them like, y'all ain't African, y'all not a part of us. What do you African Americans really have? What cultures, what traditions, what religion do you have? And this, that. So then it became this type of comparison to basically try to legitimize what it is that we are, how it is that we believe. No matter what the research that we've done and all this other type of stuff, it's like, that's not legitimate. It's what we say because we are African and we are actually over here and we are from the land. It's like, I'm Nigerian and these are my people. I know where home directly is. I know my grandparents, my great great grandparents, and all this. And we were like, okay, cool, fine, y'all got it. So we're no longer African. We're not African American. Cool. Y'all can sit up and keep it. Y'all can sit up and have it. We weren't the kings and queens directly over there. We're not even associated with y'all. Cool. Fine. So then we're like, all right, Black Americans. We got FBA. We got ADOS. Right. We got our own names. However it is that people sit up there and feel, that's what branding they directly decide to fall directly under. So then after we did that, and that's solidified at this moment in time, here they come back and be like, oh, so why you guys don't want to say that you're African? Why are you guys being so xenophobic and have so much hate in your heart? Why are you guys trying to deny your African blood and heritage? Why don't you guys come back home? Why are you guys so brainwashed and all this other? We're family. We're this dog. Y'all can't even stay consistent with the things that y'all say to Black Americans. One moment y'all don't want us to be there. The next moment when we make our own and just solidify our own names that can't nobody else be a part of, now y'all want to pull up to the scene talking about like, hey, yo, what's up, cuz? No. Y'all said we wasn't family. And now when we stand directly on that, y'all want to say that we hate y'all and that we're xenophobic. And I'm like, come on, dog. Y'all can't even stay consistent. And then for this dude right here who want to sit up there and say that, oh, Black Americans or whatever, why don't y'all sit up there and just go to other places where you don't have to face this and face that and all this other type of stuff because these places are actually better than America. This is what I was talking about earlier. How is it possible that all of these folks are specifically coming after Black out of all of the people, right? I could have sworn, correct me if I'm wrong, people said that the cradle of civilization is Africa, that basically Africa is Eden, right? That's where all life originated from and all this other type of stuff, right? So why are the Africans not trying to claim everybody and tell everybody to come home? They're not trying to talk to the Sicilians. They're not trying to talk to the Brazilians. They're not trying to talk to the darker complected Mexicans. They're not trying to talk to the rural Asians that are, some of the darker Asians that are still there in existence, right? They're not trying to talk to the darker Russians and claim them and tell them to come back home. They're not trying to talk to nobody else. They're not pushing, ain't nobody else pushing this to any other demographic, any other group out here. They're specifically only pushing this towards Black Americans. And I keep telling people, like, nobody finds that to be weird. They're not even trying to tell the Africans in the UK to come back home. They just leave them there. They're not telling that to the Jamaicans. They're not telling it to the Haitians. They're not telling it to the Caribbean. They're not telling this to any other demographic out there. They're not even trying to go to the Aboriginals in Australia and try to tell them to come back home. They're only specifically directing these videos to Black Americans. And I'm like, out of all of the races out there, why are we only getting targeted when it deals with coming back home? But yet you're telling us to come back home while you're leaving home. That don't even make sense. Make it make sense. The math ain't mathing. The math is not mathing. Like it's 100% crazy out here. 100% crazy. You want us to go to where it is that you used to live and quote unquote enjoy that because you said it's tons of opportunities. Where are these tons of opportunities in Africa for Black Americans? Show me the Black American millionaires in Africa. Show me the Black American billionaires in Africa. Show me that. Write them down, because I didn't heard so many Africans, they're so proud about how it is that they got all these millionaires and they got these billionaires there. I never heard them speak of any Black American billionaires or millionaires that were specifically got that way because of the continent of Africa, because of the areas of which they're located in. Kenya, Rwanda, Nigeria, South Africa, the DR, right? I'm sorry, the Congo. Never seen it. Never seen it. That's crazy. You said actually not sure your narrative is correct. There's a whole town. You're not listening to what I'm saying. So let me just be very specific. When it deals with videos like you were able to hear in front of you, I don't see these other groups out here. I don't see all of these Africans or whoever telling all of these other folks, specifically making thousands, tens of thousands, close to hundreds of thousands of videos trying to tell Black Americans, yo, y'all need to sit up there and come back home. I don't see people making videos targeting all these other specific groups in droves so frequently and consistently. I don't see this. That's what I'm saying. It's great if they got some towns over there for Jamaicans in Ethiopia. Kudos, that's great. Let me just sit up there and clap it up for them. But again, when I go online, I don't see Africans targeting Jamaicans, telling them like, "Yo, y'all need to sit up there and come home. Leave the island. Leave all of that stuff behind. Come back home. We'll welcome you here." All this other type of stuff. Rah rah rah. I don't. That's not no. That's not a thing. And that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. Black said, "Is 2 live streams on?" Correct. You are 1,000% correct. We got 2 of those boys running, so it don't matter where you go. I'm everywhere. Matter of fact, you know the funniest part about that is right. Dealing with the whole thing, talking about Jamaicans. Let me see if I actually have. Hopefully, if I actually downloaded that video, that'd be great. Let me see. Let me try to scroll down. I actually did. Let me see if this has any audio to it. Okay. So matter of fact, I got you. So since we were just mentioning the whole thing with like Jamaican Africans, let me just post this this video directly up there because that fits with, in a sense, what you're talking about here, right? So let me get this clip right here.
Here in South Africa, I would speak personally is this. If I see it a lot amongst Rasta in our community, when we become Rasta, we become Jamaican. Do you understand?
Yes, I.
When we become Rasta, we forget that we are African, and then we become Jamaican. We start to speak like Jamaicans. We start to listen to Jamaican music. We start to eat Jamaican food. We dance like Jamaicans dance. But here's the confusion now. Jamaicans want to come to Africa to learn about Africa. And then the Africans are imitating Jamaicans who want to imitate Africans.
Yes.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I.
So now it becomes now a very, very problematic now, cognitively now. Because if you would take the journey and the trip to South Africa, and you visit me in my home, and you find what you left in Jamaica, what was the trip for?
Very true.
So you got Jamaicans. So let me get this straight, right? So you got Africans that want to be Jamaican, and then you got Jamaicans that want to find out about Africa, and then they go there to find Africans imitating Jamaicans, which basically means you could have just stayed home. And people wonder why it is that I say the things that I say directly on these live streams and these videos, because the stuff that goes on out here, it don't make no type of sense. That is mass confusion. Like I said, there's a lot of Africans out here that would rather be everything else. But then those exact same Africans that want to be everything else but themselves look at Black Americans and they tell us that, oh, why are you so afraid to be, African? Why don't you want to claim your African blood and heritage? Why are you trying to disassociate yourself from anything dealing with Africa and being African and where it is that you come from. Y'all don't even want to be yourselves. Y'all want to be over there. Y'all Africans want to be from the United Kingdom. So y'all move there and have kids there. Y'all want to be Canadians. So y'all move there and have kids there. Y'all want to be American. So you move here and you have kids here. Y'all want to be Chinese. So y'all move there and have kids there. Y'all want to be everybody else but you. But you want to go around trying to tell Black Americans that we're ashamed to be African. Okay. I, as a Black American, am not trying to go to a whole nother landmass and trying to masquerade or be something that I'm not. I literally have a video of a young Nigerian dude. When you listen to him, you hear Black American. When you look at the way he's dressed, Black American. Even when he's talking, Black American. I'm like, dog, like you're Nigerian in Nigeria, and I don't hear none of what it is that you are there. I'm like, that don't make no sense. That is weird. That is very, very weird behavior. Very, very weird behavior. It's crazy. Let me see. What is it? Yo, Shauna, what is up? What is up? What is up? Canary said the great news is that we all have freedom of choice. If you want to go or not go, it's your prerogative. Selling people is whitewashed false history. It's been disproven. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything that I just clearly stated. Columbus Brooks said, I've been to Buffalo, to Oakland, and never wanted to go to Africa. At different points in times in life, I'm like, yeah, I want to, sit up there and go over there to see a variety of things. Like I said, things around the world you are not going to specifically see here. And I'm like, hey, that is very dope. Certain types of trees and different things of that nature that are there, wildlife and stuff. It's like, yo, that's pretty cool and awesome to see. And again, seeing people live in their own ecosystem, right? With their own clothing and things of that nature. Like that type of stuff right there, that's dope. That's very awesome. But like I said before, it's crazy when I sit up there and look at Africans in the United States and they're not even wearing their own clothes. I'm like, that is your pride, that is your culture, that is you. That's something from your bloodline. That's something historically that is you. And I'm like, when I go out here and I look at Africans, I basically see a copy of Black Americans. And I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like, if I see you in the United States, like, yo, I want to see you in your culture, right? Who it is that you specifically are, your identifier. I'm not trying to just only see the only time Africans really want to pull up and talk about who it is that they are. They want to have their flags and their bios on X, on IG, YouTube, or all these other internet spaces. But in real life, people ain't trying to, really be that proud. Like I said, y'all, a lot of Africans are not even really about that life of being proud about who it is that they are. It's like, hey, if it's a graduation, if it's something dealing with success, then as people want to pop up and start waving flags and all doing dances. Other than that, people just looking like Black Americans. I'm like, that's weird to me. That's weird to me. 100%. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But now we're going to go to let me see, make sure I got these videos in order. Yeah. So now we're going to go to this one real quick.
After this iShow speed tour, I want to see Black Americans go back to African Americans. Let's not play around anymore now. It's African Americans. That's it. It always has been. It always will be. I don't care if it's 400 years removed. Your DNA is still linked back to the motherland, the continent. None of this Black American stuff. You might be Black American, but you got African in you. African American. African American. The African Americans. They're great people. The African Americans. African American.
So it's crazy to me, like I said, and he wanted to say, none of this Black American stuff. What does that even mean? What does that even what does that right and this is the disrespect that I be talking about. You can clearly well, if you were able to hear it, I'm sorry if it was a little bit too low. I should have, corrected the volume directly on that. But I was trying to hurry up and, get stuff ready for the live stream. So my apologies. But and this is why I had the subtitles up there. But the captions, I'm sorry. The main problem that I have, again, like I said before, when Black Americans are minding their own business, doing their own things, this is the only way that people can actually get light. This is the only way that people can get some shine, get any type of movement directly to what it is that they're doing. They have to bring us up every single time. Why not just talk about your culture and your people? Why not just talk about your tribe, your traditions, your food? Why not just stay on that? Why always bring us up? And then you want to talk down about, oh no, this whole Black American stuff. Like, no more of that. Remember, African American. So y'all want to start really talking because and again, shout out to I Show Speed. He's sitting up there living a dream. I remember back, I think when he was what about like 14 or whatnot or whatever. And he was with like his mom and he was like streaming and he was happy that he got like 1,000 or whatever views there. And she was horrible. Like it was just like that clip. If you can find that clip, I'm like, yo, that's quite, like a heartbreaking clip. But basically him being so young, going from that and then going to where he is, like I said, I don't got no problem with I Show Speed. It's an evolution that people are actually able to see and witness and watch a young dude, you know, in a sense, come from nothing and out here living a dream, going, everywhere around the world and and being celebrated and stuff, cool stuff. But the problem that I have is that you got a lot of these Africans that want to pull up to the scene now and they want to be like, oh yeah, I Show Speed, he's really, breaking the barriers, past, what Western society has basically stated about Africans and da da da. Black Americans been already knew the different sides of Africa. Maybe I guess you're saying that what I Show Speed is doing is educating other folks directly out there that are not Black American. Maybe I guess you could sit up there and say that. But again, even with I Show Speed going directly over there, that does not specifically mean that Black Americans need to start pulling up over there to Africa. No. Like I said, I Show Speed has I Show Speed money. He is a millionaire. Like I said, I'm basic everyday Black American, just like a lot of folks out there. Yeah, no. No, 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 no. Like I said, we got stuff here that we need to do, that we need to fix, that we need to sit up there and work on. Like I said, you got some nice cities, nice areas, like that over there in quite a few places. But again, as I stated to a lot of people before, when all of these folks want to try to tell Black Americans that we need to go over there to Africa, always remember that they don't have any laws, rules, or regulations specifically set up for Black Americans. If anything happens to you, it happens to you there, over there, and ain't nobody coming to save you. Ain't nobody coming to help you. Even the Africans over there, they're not coming to save or help you because they're going to be looking for what can you do for them, and that's just fact. Because a lot of them over there are in survival mode. Like I said, I got a video right now where you got this guy, and I'm guessing that he's Black American. And when he was over there, it was just about, I swear to you, it was a swarm of African dudes trying to, I guess, like trying to sell him some stuff. And he was like, yo, just get away from me. It's like, yo, back up, get away from me. You got people getting argumentative, getting real close, trying to, sell him, trying to get him to go in different directions and stuff. Like I said, nah. Like I said, a lot of folks over there are in survival mode. They'll be like, oh, you're a Black American. Oh, you got money. You rich. It's like, yo, come buy this over here. Come spend some money over here. Come throw some money, my way. Come, come buy this and come buy that and come do this and come do that. Nah, don't nobody got time for that. Don't nobody got time for that. Like I said, that makes people not want to go nowhere. It just makes people want to sit up there and stay home. And like I said, I get it. People in survival mode and the systems that they got in place, even though they got their own government, the people in the government are reflective of them and probably grew up in the same areas and all this other type of stuff. Those governments still ain't for the people. And this is why the people are in survival mode. So whenever they happen to see tourists or they realize that somebody is Black American and not them, oh, they trying to get every single cent up out of you. You know. Canary says Speed really went through a lot. Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess you might be talking about in growth, possibly as a content creator. Yeah. You said you don't like how Speed was treated in Algeria. I didn't even see that, but I'll probably look it up when I happen to get the time. But like I said, stuff is bound to happen. Stuff is going to happen. Stuff is going to take place, and this is why I stated before that when it deals with Black Americans, you got to be very selective where you put your time, where you put your energy. Because, like I said, any of the people that I Speed even like touched or shook hands with, automatically he helped them more than likely get more light on their social media platforms, especially if they recorded it. If they have their own personal recordings and they upload it, that's going to help them generate views. That's going to help them, generate a little bit of buzz just because of who I Show Speed is and how many people basically watch him every single day. Um, so like I said, I Show Speed is a very nice young dude. He'd be out there blessing a lot of people, minus, a lot of the goofiness that is directly out there. He got huge potential, can do a lot of things directly out there. And this is another thing I'm gonna just side note this directly in there. And just mark my words, you can take it with a grain of salt. The political landscape is going to drastically change, right? Because at one moment in time, the political landscape, they were like, we're going to sit up there and deal with the entertainers. We're going to deal with the rappers, right? We're going to deal with the movie stars. Now, for the future, a lot of these political officials or even presidents or potential presidential candidates, they're going to go directly for these social media content creators. They're going to offer them lots of money to do interviews and to do a whole bunch of things because they know that they have the power to get to the demographic that they need, that they can sit up there and sway. They might not be able to sway a lot of the older folks out there because older people are like, yeah, you're not going to be able to play this game with us. We need to know what you're going to be able to do for us and give to us if we give you this vote, and we're going to hold your feet directly to the coals. The younger generation, they're not going to really do that. It's like, yo, if you can even recite like a line from, let's say, like maybe like some K-pop or a rap artist. If you got a favorite character in anime or something, like I said, it's going to be easy work. Or if you show up on a platform of one of their favorite content creators, automatically, or better yet, let me put it to the furthest extent, it'll get to the point where these content creators will start moving into the political landscape because they have the power to do so. Mr. Beast has a ridiculous amount of people on multiple platforms that follow him. If Mr. Beast wanted to, let's say in 2030, if Mr. Beast, because the greater majority of the younger population should be at the voting age, along with the younger demographic that are out there now that are clearly right now in their 20s, closing the 30s, if Mr. Beast wanted to run for president, I promise you he would pretty much win by a landslide. I kid you not. And that's going to happen by way of the younger demographic. So, like I said, be very on the lookout for later on, because you're going to start to see as the decades go by, you're going to see more and more of these quote unquote social media content creators moving directly into the political field, and more of these politicians, as they start to get younger and the older ones age out, you're going to see a lot more of these folks directly on social media. Basically the same thing that they were doing originally, they're going to be doing this while being in politics. So, like I say, just people just gotta, pay attention to stuff. I don't know. Shauna said, Seji, how do I send you a video? You can send it directly to the Discord. If any one of my moderators would be so helpful to put the link to the Discord directly in there, that will be great. That'd be awesome. Because you'll be able to well, matter of fact, for Shauna, do you use Discord? Because matter of fact, because you might have to send it a different way, because I might have to tell you to send me the link on IG, because I know pretty much everybody has IG. I know a lot of people don't really have Discord, know what Discord is, or use Discord. So maybe you might have to, do it through IG, maybe. Sean, let me know if you got IG, because I can just have you send me the link there. Chauncey said that is deep. Yep. Like I said, a lot of these social media content creators, they would be able to beat a lot of these other folks out here in politics. Like, you could actually have a real politician versus a content creator. A lot of these content creators would just beat them just off of the strength because of the followers. Like, a lot of followers, they were like, yo, I like this content creator. I've been with them for about 10 years, and they've made me laugh and all this other type of stuff. So I'm going to vote for them. Because they're gonna be like, yo, this politician, like, who is this politician? How many followers do they have? Like, who follows it? Like, that's what it's gonna come down to. It's gonna be an actual popularity, type of thing. Like I said, it's gonna be a mess. It's going to be a mess. And then this is when you're going to have those plant type of content, some actual real plant content creators that are going to be planted there, so that they could, put certain seeds directly down, and it's going to all link up towards the, the political, field. So that's going to be somebody that's made, bought, and directly paid for. Like I said, it's going to be all over the place. Trying to say I don't have social media. Darn. I mean, I guess you could send it directly to my email. That would work. So you can send it to, let me see, which one do we got? Let me just try to do this real quick just to see. Just make sure. I gotta see which one we could. All right, so okay, so they already sent that already. All right, so I gotta get that done at one point. So what you would be able to do is send it to. Yeah, I got an email. I got you. Let me see, which channel are you? Okay, you're from this channel. I got you. Should be. Let me make sure I spelled that right. Okay, so for Shauna, there you go. You could. That's the email that you could send it directly to. Yeah, I had to make sure I spelled it right. Yeah. So you can send it directly to that email, and I can just so happen to take a look at that. He said, Chauncey, that made me laugh. Columbus said, are you on social media? Yeah. Twitter, IG, TikTok. IG, I would technically post stuff here and there, but IG acts a little bit weird depending on the type of videos that you want to post. And especially if you try to post some things dealing with, world, type of things, they tend to get very weird on stuff and want to, try to do some stuff. So, but yeah, I still got a channel, not channel, still got a page up there. Let me see what else we got. So Trent said the problem with that is you care more about popularity than the actual policies. Then this country will fall under these content creators that you speak of. I mean, it'd be like that. I mean, that's what's going to happen. That's what's bound to happen. You can only keep the older generation in power for so long before they age out, which will naturally happen with everything else, right? Everything is due to be replaced. So it's only a matter of time that it's going to sit up there and happen. Of course, you're going to have folks out there that are going to be resistant directly to it. But as the population ages, you're going to have more and more younger people there. And then those younger people are going to get, a little bit older, like in their 40s and 30s, 40s, 50s. So, like I said, they're going to be the main ones that are going to have the greater majority of the voting power there, right? So it's going to be up to them what, in a sense, happens. You can only stave off, evolution for so long before it just, rolls directly over you. And this is why I sat up there and told a lot of folks before, it's like, people got to evolve and get directly with the times. But what happens with a lot of older people is that they're stagnant. And a lot of older people, which normally happens, older people do not like change. Like I said, going back to my grandmother, I would try to, educate her and tell her about a lot of things, and she would be highly resistant to change. She would get frustrated at certain times. She would get, angry and all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna work. So you gotta just let time, go by, and everything is just gonna fall in place as it's supposed to sit up there and do. Like I said, when older people are locked into a certain area, you're not going to, and especially when it's solidified, it's in concrete. It's in like the hardest concrete, known to man, locked in with steel. It's nothing you can do about that. It's just going to be like that, right? So then you have two choices. Either you can stay there and try to, argue with them, right? Or you could ignore it, or you can just allow, time to sit up there and pass, and for things to go where it's going to evolve to. And you might as well take the path of least resistance for yourself. Shauna said, "Thank you. No problem. No problem. No problem." Let me see. Wait, somebody said I wasn't talking to you. I was talking in chat. Wait, I'm a little bit confused. Oh, I guess you might have been talking about something else. Um, somebody said I'm not. You said I'm not close to black. I'm caramel. Uh, yo, lunch. Well, just in case I didn't say what's up to you, yo, lunch. What is up? What is up? What is up? Columbus said, call older folks black fighting words. I'm a little bit confused on that. Lunch said, you sound silly, like get the bag at all costs of a person I can tell. You love Big Groove and his minstrel show. Yo, and the funny thing is, Big Groove had another video where he was dressed as like an Egyptian like king, and then he had like two gorillas dancing in the background. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, somebody get somebody get Big Groove out of here. Somebody get that dude out of here. Like I said, it's crazy. Diabolical work, right? But anyways, let's continue with the video.
You might be black American, but you gotta have
Let me just speed him directly up, right? So this woman, the woman that you're going to see right here, she said that she is Egyptian, right? So she said, I'm not black, I'm Egyptian. I just talk black sometimes, right? So let's take a listen to what this quote unquote Egyptian had to say.
So I'm Egyptian, right? North African Egyptian. And I had some hating ass bitches back when I was in college trying to tell me that I was black. Even post college trying to tell me like, oh no, you're black. You're black. Bitch, I don't even fucking look black. I don't even fucking look like a light skinned black girl. I look like a fucking brown girl. These eyes are Arab eyes. Afro Arab eyes, to be correct. But look at it. Imagine how desperate and low self-esteem you have to feel that fucking threatened by an Egyptian North African that acts more black than you and try to convince them like, oh, you're that race, you're that race. Because they see black people as smaller than Egyptians. Like they feel like I'm something that they can never be because it's true. So these hating ass bitches kept trying to tell me that I was black and shit like that. And it's just like, bitch, get the fuck on with your black fatigue ass. You're just mad that you're a self-hating black girl and you're mad that I'm more black than you and I'm still brown. Ashe.
And when people wonder why it is that Black Americans say the things that they do directly online, it's because of stuff like this. It's specifically because of stuff like this. So Columbus, yeah, for whatever reason, that one still came up low, which is crazy because I swear the next videos that come up are not going to be low. They're going to be pretty loud or at least moderate volume. Well, this Egyptian woman, quote unquote, was saying that Black women are self-hating and they wish that she, as an Egyptian woman, was Black, but she's not. Basically, everything that she was stating was negative, and this is why we have issues. this is exactly why we have issues directly out here because of this type of nonsense. This is exactly why. Exactly why. Like this is, and the craziest part is she's talking about that she's Egyptian, but I don't see nothing Egyptian about her, and especially when it deals with her speech, I don't see no Egyptian. I don't see no Arabic or nothing like that. Everything that she's doing is sounding real Black American. Like that's crazy to me. That is completely wild. But here we are. This is why I said before that when a lot of these folks pull up, I never see who it is that they claim to be. I always see Black Americans. And then she's going to sit up there and say that she's blacker than Black Americans. How can you out originate the originals? That doesn't make any type of sense. That's like saying like you're going to out God a God. What? That doesn't even make any type of sense. How are you going to do? What? Like, do people? It's like her getting online saying that she's going to outparent her parents. No, you're not. No, you're not. Like, come on now. That just, come on. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Yo, what is up, Hack? What is up? What is up? What is up? Shout out for the $2 dono. Hack said, "What is up? B1 family." Black said, "I thought she was Mexican or Puerto Rican." Yeah. Yep. Shauna said, "Isn't Egypt in Africa?" I mean, I think she did say at one point that she got Egyptian Africanized or something like that, but I'm like, all right, I guess. Whatever. Like I said, whatever people want to sit up there and tell themselves, let's keep going.
You're a self-hating Black girl, and you're mad that I'm more Black than you, and I'm still.
All right, so let me just speed this up. All right, so now we're gonna go to this young woman here and what she has to say about the new Black Panther Party.
This is for entertainment purposes only. Okay, I'm finna say this because I know a lot of people probably want to say it, probably been thinking it, but ain't feel like they should say it, but I'm gonna say it. I saw this video. I'm gonna play the video so y'all can hear some stuff off this clip because I got something to say. So y'all know the Black Panther Party, right? The new and approved Black Panther Party. To be honest, that's not the Black Panther Party. It don't stand for none of the same things that our Black Panther Party stood for back in the days. They basically mixed race now. There's a whole bunch of different races in the Black Panther Party. It should no longer be called the Black Panther Party if there's more than just one race in there. Y'all got Asians, y'all got mixed people. The dude that runs it looks like he's mixed. But listen to this because I totally disagree with everything this man just said. Just listen.
Agent ever run up on me. I guarantee you they won't. I put a hole in their chest the size of a window. Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's gonna happen. They touch me. Unarmed woman was killed by ICE. If you think
he's talking about the white lady.
And brutalize the people while we're standing here, trying to find out our interactions with the police and ICE, and we hold them accountable.
Y'all protecting the wrong people.
We patrol the community and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party for self-defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day.
No, you're not.
More aggressive now, you dig?
No, you're not. No, you're not. Because the Black Panther Party back in the days was all black, copper-colored people. Hold on. Let me pause this real quick. The Black Panther Party back in the days was all copper-colored people. They were out here protecting their own people, the people who needed to be protected. The that y'all are trying to protect nowadays don't need your protection. The Black Panther Party was never meant for us to protect everybody else. It was meant for us to protect ourselves because they weren't protecting us. So the Black Panther Party today needs to change their name because they're not the Black Panther Party. Just listen to what else he got to say.
To and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe, because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that.
Hold on, let me rewind that back.
Community, and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party from self-defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day, but we're a little more aggressive now, you dig?
No.
Carry bigger guns and we don't take no
Just listen.
places where there are a lot of immigrants at. I think that the community around them needs to take special care to them and needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere.
I know you lying.
Them ICE agents ain't gonna
Let me tell y'all something. If y'all listen to this dumb idiot, y'all got life up because we're not going to protect no motherfucker who never protect us. Y'all.
So I saw this comment directly up there, and this person said that you do realize, as a black so-called man, being against the Black Panther Party works in favor against the enemy of the black race. I could have sworn, didn't we go over information previously before in a previous live stream? Let me see if I could just find this real quick. Because again, like I said, I have no problem having conversation with folks. Right, everybody's being respectful. So let me see. Is this it? Yeah. So right. So you said being against the Black Panther Party, right? So what we were talking about throughout the live stream had to do with the new Black Panther Party, right? So number one piece of information, right, dealing with the gentleman from the new Black Panther Party, right? Paul Birdsong identifies, well, you could take it with a grain of salt, right? But this is what I looked up and this is what came up. It said Paul Birdsong identifies with a diverse heritage, Caribbean roots. His father and family are Caribbean immigrants. Mixed heritage. His mother's ancestry is mix of American Indian, Caucasian, and Black, right? So now, since we went directly through that, we're going to go what the Black Panther Party was about. So it says that, let me make sure to zoom this in for myself. Wait, can I do that? Okay, there we go. It said one primary reason the Black Panther Party formed was to protect Black communities from police brutality and violence, leading to the creation of armed neighborhood patrols to monitor police activity alongside advocating for self-defense of broader social justice like employment, housing, and education. Frustration over ongoing police brutality and racial discrimination against African Americans was a central catalyst as existing civil rights legislation hadn't stopped it. The party's original name, Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, highlights its focus on empowering Black people to defend themselves against oppression, including police misconduct, as noted by Howard University School of Law. Beyond self-defense, the Panthers aimed to uplift Black communities through political organizations and social programs addressing systemic issues like poverty, inequality, and described by Notre Dame, San Jose, and the EBSCO. In essence, the Panthers emerged from a need of immediate protection and long-term systematic change, tackling both immediate threats, police violence, and broader injustices, lack of resources through armed patrols and community initiatives, right? So that was dealing with the Black Panthers and why specifically they created what it is that they created, right? So now we're going to go directly back. And in order to fully try to encompass this into, get this through, let me see if I can actually find the image that I'm looking for. Hopefully I can. Let me see. Because the most interesting thing directly about the situation dealing with Renee Good is the fact that the Renee Good situation deals with individuals who are not Black American. Not Black American at all. But yet people want Black Americans to be out in the streets dealing with a situation again that has 100% zero to do with Black Americans. And when that is listed, this is when folks want to come out to the scene and they want to try to tell Black Americans, hey, Black Americans, you guys must have forgot that everybody else, came directly out there, for you guys, and how it is that people did this and that and all this other type of stuff, right? Let me just get these pictures real quick, right? Let me see if I can get the let me see, Renee Good wife. Right, there we go. That's the picture I'm looking for right there. Get Renee Good and her wife, right? And then yep, there we go. It came directly up. Get that image right there, and we're going to put those back together like I had earlier, because it seems as though that we have to put information out here because people don't want to pay attention. And it's the same thing I said before, when it deals again with the Renee Good situation. Somebody has to make it very clear to me, how is this a Black American problem, and why it is that we should, quote unquote, go into trying to leverage our bodies or freedoms, in order to fix a situation that was caused specifically by people within their own communities, right? So let me just get this picture real quick. Download that and bring it right back up here, right? So again, you clearly see what the Black Panther Party was directly about. The information about the gentleman here, which is Paul Birdsong, right, who stated that he is the chairman of the Black Panthers that the Black Panthers that he is a part of over in his state and or city. And this is Renee Good and the cop. Again, I might have to go back and redo the picture. Let me try to bring that down just a bit. All right, bring that down just a bit. We download that one. Oh, let me re-download it again to try to download as MP4. Let me see. Okay, we got that. Let me just take that down for you guys. My apologies. Remove that. And now we should be able to clearly see. Yeah, there we go. It's better. So now you see the situation. So I'm just trying to figure out what does this have to do with Black Americans? That's all I'm saying. What does this right here that I'm looking at, what does this have to do with Black Americans? Just trying to figure that out. Because again, that makes no sense. And then the Paul Birdsong from the Black Panther Party, he's up there talking reckless out there online, talking about what he would or all this or whatnot or whatever, dealing with the police. I'm like, dog, that makes no sense. Like, if people really about something, like, yo, they moving in silence. Like, they're going to be there present or do whatever it is that you do, but you ain't about to be telling nobody, and talking all loud and saying all this other type of like that. That makes no sense. If you know that realistically Black Americans have a target directly on their back, why would you make an even larger target? All right, it's cool. You're armed and all this other type of stuff, right? Everybody else ain't. So it's like, all right, so they might not mess with you, but they're going to sit up there and mess with everybody else. You see how that works? Like I said, it's reckless, type of nonsense directly out here. And as I stated before, that dude pretty much just came, out of nowhere, as I gave pictures directly before. And like I said, anybody can look up the articles, directly on the guy. And the images that I primarily had Let me see. Yeah, because I had gave you guys a video, and this is the main leader of at least that chapter of the Black Panthers, the new Black Panthers, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. Like, what are we talking about? Like this don't look nothing like an activist to me. This looks like, somebody who was trying to be an artist, somebody who wants to be a rapper, somebody who wants to be in the entertainment industry, but because that didn't specifically happen, I'm just going to segue into something else real quick. And then when that happens, then I'm going to try to mix and mash, what it is that I'm doing to still do what I wanted to do originally. Right? Because like I said, the activism thing is the secondary. The first thing that he put everything directly into, as you can clearly see by these pictures, was the music. This is why he talked about in a lot of those articles, he talked about the collaborations and all this other type of stuff that he had going and the music he had coming up and coming out and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, but hey, like I said, whatever it is. Whatever it is. Let me see. What do we got? Let me see. If I can just go back down real quick. Somebody said they are fake Black Panthers. Another person said dun dun dun. Okay, I clearly see, I guess, that people are having multiple conversations somewhere in there. Somebody said, what was the outrage for Keith Porter, a black man that had his life taken earlier by ICE agents? You're not going to see that from the Black Panther Party, because even in a video that I gave directly to you guys earlier, is it still up here? Let me go back to this because this is still in response to the person here. Let me see something. If I might have got another response, let me see. Let me just see who was it before. Brendan's. Yeah, I don't think I had like another reply from that individual, but I'm just going to use it. Just keep it up there. Use it for an example. So in response, let me just go back to the previous video I showed you guys earlier and just take a listen.
And just open-ended, any comments you want to give to like my generation, the younger generation, or just any generation.
Legally arm yourselves and unify, or else you will die. And I mean that in the literal sense. You see on the news all the time, Renee, everybody say her name, Renee. Right? She just got shot in the face by ICE, right? This is a real thing, and they're not going to stop. And the more they hurt people and get away with it, the more they're going to get that momentum to keep going.
So you heard that, right? He wasn't talking about no other group of people. He wasn't talking about nothing that was dealing with the protection of black folks at all or the black community. He wasn't talking about none of that. Everything was talking about, he was like, yo, say the name, Renee. Say the name, Renee. Who is Renee? Let's just go directly back to the picture and image that I set up there and gave you guys. Talking about this woman here. This woman here who got her life taken by what you see directly up top. So again, I simply ask, what does this have to do with Black Americans? Nothing. Nothing at all. Like I said, it has nothing to do with Black Americans. Like I said, everybody else can deal with their own problems and situations. Whatever people got going on is what they got going on. Black people always had something going on, and people made sure to mind their business and to stay directly out of whatever area that we were in because they didn't want to specifically be targeted. Shout out to the Asian community because they made sure to do that. You ain't sitting up there seeing packs of Asians pulling up to the scene to try to defend or protest for Black Americans. They're not sitting up there doing that. They got their own problems to sit up there and worry about. And on top of that, they're trying to stay on the straight and narrow so that they can be the model minority that they've always been, so they can also too receive their Happy Meals and their trinkets. Like I said, everybody been doing the exact same protocol since they got to these United States. But all of a sudden, now people are like, yo, Black Americans, y'all got to start pulling up. Y'all got to start coming out here to these No, we don't. No, we do not. Mm-mm. Like I said, going back to Stop the Asian Hate, who was to blame for Stop the Asian Hate? They put all of the blame directly on Black Americans. Mainstream media made sure to keep continuously playing whatever random videos that they could show in order to make Black men the poster child for Stop the Asian Hate. Like, oh yeah, the reason that we got to stop the Asian hate, we have to create these laws. Look at these Black men. Look at what it is that they're doing to the Asian communities directly out here. I ain't never been nowhere near or around an Asian community in my life. And again, I'm from Detroit, born and raised. I don't even know where an Asian community would even be located in Detroit. I seen, I seen the Mexicans there, and that's all cool. That's downtown, right? But again, I don't know where no Asians at. I know where the Arabs at, and they specifically all consolidated in Dearborn. But again, I can't tell you where the Asians at though. So I'm like, how can I sit up there and even be a part of a situation of which that I don't even know where to find or where these people are even located? Like the last time I was even being in Detroit, only time that I was in close proximity of anybody Asian was going to Oak Park High. That was my first time, really actually being around. I'm not talking about just going to like a hood, Chinese or a beauty supply. I'm talking about like actually being within the same proximity, seeing them every single day. And I think we only had about like 3 to 4 like Asian students, realistically. Or maybe matter of fact, I might put it to about like close to 10. Maybe close to 10. And I didn't really sit up there and see them talk to Black folks like that either. So yeah, you know, some crazy work, crazy work. Let me see what we got. We got one troll right there, no problem. Do. What else we got? Somebody said, "Where's the headquarters building?" I have no clue. What else did we got? Rabbit said you really say Happy Meals. Yeah, people are really about those Happy Meal toys. Let me tell you, people are really about those Happy Meal toys. Somebody said that the Hispanics rioted with y'all when Rodney King was beat. The craziest part that I learned about that, about the LA riots, is that for the longest time I was in a sense taught that all of the stuff that was happening to the Asian community during the LA riots, people were sitting up there saying that was, Black people. I found out that was the Hispanic community there in LA. And the reason why the Asians were arming themselves was because you had the Hispanic population there going directly towards the Asian businesses and causing all types of damage and different things of that sort. So yeah, miss me with that BS right there, because I also want to list to whoever this is, to this Eric person that wanted to list this. The Hispanic community was also the ones in LA that have specifically moved the Black community in a variety of ways, like outside of certain areas. So what I mean by that is that you have had Latin gangs, Hispanic gangs that have specifically decided to firebomb or cause other types of things there in order to push segments of those Black communities directly out. And the reason I learned of this, and again, I'm not from LA. The reason I learned of this was because of Black residents who are old enough who have gone through that and tell these stories about the things that are going through. And I've also gone through and showcased newspaper snippets of them talking about the gangs out there specifically targeting Black folks, Black families, and homes with this type of violence. So yeah, miss me with that. I'm not trying to hear none of that. Not trying to hear none of that at all. Like, that's wild. Chef TV said, I think the rich want get my words right. I think the rich want riots so that they can buy businesses for less. You would be correct. Would be correct. That is one way to sit up there and devalue land, which is by enlisting and putting certain catalysts out there so that crime could actually take place, which would lower the property value, which would then in turn lower the price of the land there. Correct. And I talked about this before. Talked about it before. So we got trolls directly in here, no problem. Khalil, what is up? What up? You said also Latinos were acting their own kind of Jim Crow on black folks as well. What else we got? Tippy said that's true. Mexican gangs bomb black people out of neighborhoods. Yep. You said people are more united out there than you think. You know the craziest part? I hear this all the time, but then I see videos out there of Latin folks making, talking about black folks. Also, I talked about the fact that when Google had a lawsuit, since you want to talk about, how in line people are, right? When there was a lawsuit going on where Google's being sued for discrimination, specifically, I'm just going to put it as Spanish speaking. You can say Latin, Mexican, whatever you want to sit up and put it as. I'm just going to say Spanish speaking. The Spanish speaking populace out there that were working for Google at the time, they wanted to make sure that black people were not a part of their lawsuit. They had a $28 million lawsuit by Google. You can look it up. I covered the story. $28 million lawsuit, and they specifically told the judge that we don't want the blacks to have nothing to do with this lawsuit. They are getting discriminated within Google as well, but we're only focused on our own people. So they had their own separate lawsuit, even though they knew that black Americans were going through this as well. They didn't want to team up. They didn't want to power up to just go after Google. So they ended up getting $28 million. Black people sat up there and saw that. It was like, oh, cool, no problem. So we don't got to share nothing with y'all. Y'all went out there and did y'all thing, got y'all back. Cool, no problem. We're going to go through and formulate our own lawsuit. So black people went through and sued Google, and they got about, I think it was like a $50+ million lawsuit that took place. So I'm like, man, that's crazy. If only those folks, if only the Spanish speaking folks would have came together with the black folks, that would have been a major lawsuit. Probably even would have been getting closer to $100 million, right? But nope. People wanted to be separate. People wanted to do things by themselves. People didn't want to sit up there and come and work together. So like I keep telling people before, miss me with all of this nonsense where people keep saying like, people are actually more together than what you think. Then explain that lawsuit to me. Why would you specifically, as a group of people that's a minority in this country, why would you go to the judge when you're suing this big corporation that everybody is working for in order to get your own money? Why would you not come together with other minorities so that you can have a bigger impact on this corporation? You can get more money from this corporation. Like I said before, I keep trying to tell people always want to, try to, come through and say this, and that. But then when you give them information and put stuff directly in front of them, people start getting real silent. And I'm like, to me, that's crazy. Let me see if I can find that in the back real quick. Let me see. There we go. There we go. That is the picture right there. I am so glad that I still got this directly in the back. I can easily just type it in, and I got it. I got you. Let me just put this up, so because I don't want people to think I'm lying to them, right? So again, what I'm talking about, I want people to be able to look this directly up for themselves, so that they can have the information for them. And again, like I said before, I did a video directly on it, right? Google to pay $50 million to with the settlement dealing with racial bias suit, right? Dealing with black Americans, right? So let me just go back and get the other image, right? And I want people to understand, and this is what was stated specifically within that lawsuit. When you read the article for yourself, you will sit up there and see what those folks decided to sit up there and say. So again, going back to what What Eric wanted to sit up there and state that, oh, people are more, together than what you actually think out here and all this other type of stuff. I got you, no problem. So let me put up the words. So it says directly at the bottom, right? So I put the title as the Latinos, right, won 28 million from Google, right, for this reason. It says that Judge Adams stated that the settlement came after, right, Cantu's lawyers agreed this month to exclude black employees from the lawsuit. So what? So where are we at again? When it deals with that togetherness, with that coalition that people always keep talking about. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, this is about like the second person that then pulled up to the scene trying to tell me some stuff. But then when I start bringing up some information that I'm not just typing in the comment section, right? I'm actually putting information directly in front of people. When I do that, magically people get real quiet and they disappear. I'm like, that's weird to me. People always want to sit up there and bring up some stuff or try to whatnot or whatever. Again, I put your comment directly up there. You said that people are more united out there than you think, and I give you this information here. So where is that unity? Where is that unity? That's all I'm asking. Where is that unity that people always be talking about? Where is that unity? Again, anybody can look up this information. This is not me sitting up there lying to you. This is not me fabricating. This is not me, trying to do some AI wizardry like Harry Potter. Nah, go look this up. And then while you look that up, look up the lawsuit that Black Americans had specifically with Google. The Latins had $28 million lawsuit. Black Americans had a 50. If they would have came together, they could have potentially even touched that. Instead of it just going to about like a 70, it could have been closer to maybe like 100 million. And that would have been because both people could have came together and listed, all the things and all of these emotions and whatnot or whatever. They could have really got a nice amount directly out of there. Everybody would have got their fair share. But this is what it looks like when you got folks out here lying. So this is why you see the title of the video, or at least the title that I put directly up there when it dealt with that video. Like, that's crazy. Anybody else want to pull up to the scene and try to tell me that people be all together and forming these bonds, these symbiotic relationships? Anybody else want to pull up to the scene? Because I already had what was that woman? I think she said she was like from Puerto Rico or something like that. She was Puerto Rican or whatnot or whatever. She done pulled up to the scene. We got this dude Eric. He done pulled up to the scene. Who else about to sit up there and pull up here and start spitting some nonsense? Like, that's crazy. Oh, we got another person sitting up there talking some clownery. No problem. Get them up out of here. Get them up out of here. All right. So since Khalil said they only bring up the Black and Brown coalition when it's election time or when the Neanderthals target them. Yeah, it's crazy. Yep. Pull up to the scene with my cylinder missing. Yep. That's bars. That is bars. Yo, King, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. So now that we're done with the foolishness, because it seems like I always gotta, come through and give a lesson in certain stuff. Like I said, Renee Good situation don't got nothing to do with Black Americans. When it deals with, again, people coming together, it is straight BS. It is straight lies. And if people are actually coming together, things in this country will be vastly different. Right. So let's go back to the video here.
Up. That's why I don't like the Black Panther Party. I don't even call them the Black Panther Party. They the mixture party. That's what the there is. They the melting pot party. That's what the they are. Because they don't stand for none of the that Black Panther stood for back in the days. Black Panther stood for their people and their people only. not immigrants, not people who don't belong here, not people who disrespect us on our own land, who treat us like this is not our land, who treat us like we're the immigrants and they're the ones who belong here. No, we would never do that. That's the one thing I can say. The Black Panther Party is non-existent. Anybody who feels some type of way about it, oh, well, I said what the I said.
Being black is already a flex, but being black with the little like being black with a Caribbean descent, Caribbean heritage, like you're Haitian, Jamaican, African, etc. Like being black is already a flex. Being African American, just plain on black, not mixed with anything is already flex. But having a Caribbean descent, like a Caribbean background, that's tea. That's tea. Like
So I'm just trying to figure out, and this is what I'll be talking about, how people want to hype themselves up. Like I like how she did it. She was like, you know what, black is already a flex. Like it's already the base. But not saying that there's anything wrong with just being that. But if you're that, plus you got something else added on, it's like, yo, it's really something. I'm like, word. That's such a backhanded compliment. It's like people don't understand. Like that was a backhanded compliment. You still said, even though you tried to say it in a nicer way, you basically still said that, yo, if you're just Black American, you're basic. But if you're Black American and you got Haitian directly in you, it's like, yo, that's the real thing there. That's what you really want to aspire to, right? That's the new peak in evolution. Nah. We're not doing that. Like I said, it's crazy to me when people get online and they want to start talking real crazy. Again, in order for people to highlight themselves, they have to bring up Black Americans. They have to just bring up Black Americans again, which makes no type of sense. It makes no sense. Like that is wild to me. That is wild to me. 100% wild. So, okay, so before I go to this next video, I'm just going to, because I did try to put up the volume because originally it was low. So I'm just going to tell people at this moment, you may want to turn down the volume on your phone because it's going to appear quite loud, and I do apologize. So I'm going to give people like 5 seconds to turn down the volume real quick, because I do have an understanding that the live stream is a bit delayed, and I'm not trying to blow out anybody's eardrums. So I just want to put that out there. So all right.
that's tea. Like
Explain this to people all the time, but a lot of people don't get it. As someone who was born and raised outside of the U.S., we had never identified ourselves as a color. It was always as a nationality. This is where we come from. This is who we are. I was always a Haitian. I was never a Black. I was always a Haitian. A Jamaican was always a Jamaican. They were never a Black Jamaican. So 2014, when I moved to America to go to school, this is when I fill out a form and it says race. I didn't even know the word race had 2 different meanings until then. So I said race. It says Black, white, Hispanic, Latino, Asian. And I told the lady, I said, I'm from Haiti. I'm Haitian. She said, no, you Black.
Huh? I'm just trying to sit. I'm just trying to, like, I sit up there and say Black just to sit up there and be funny, because I know what the other folks out there mean when they sit up there and say Black or the Blacks. I know what they're really saying, right? This dude, I'm trying to figure. I'm like, why are you sitting up there saying Black like that? I'm like, it's like you're saying something. It's like I can't really sit up there and just put my finger directly on it, but it's like he's saying something negative. I can't prove it and I can't disprove it. But I know that it's something there, because it was about 2 to 3 times he said Black, and then it was like a second or two in between it, and then he carried on. I'm like, this is what I be talking about. When I have to question what you mean when you sit up there and say Black, we already got a problem. We already got a problem. And the craziest part dealing with that video right there. Let me see. I got to take down a few of these videos. Hopefully, I still have it up there because I think I did this a few days ago. I have a video of a young woman. I think it's about like 24 seconds. And within that video, let me see. I got to minimize this. Let me see. It was a young woman and she was holding on to a cup. Let me see if I can find her real quick. Okay, might not be that one there, so I might have to go to earlier during the week. It was but anyways, it was a young woman holding on to a cup, and she was stating how when you go for there we go, I got you. Let me put it up there.
What I just saw on a job application. Because apparently there's levels to blackness and they need to know exactly where you're from. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, so as you can see, it says Black African, Black Caribbean, Black European, Black North and South America. Even the Hispanic and Latino, they need to know exactly where you're from.
Right. So again, he said that he was, Haitian, right? So there's a variety of things that he could sit up there and list at this point in time now. So again, I'm completely fine. Those who do not or never consider themselves to be Black American, all love to you. Make sure whenever you get these jobs, you let them know where specifically it is that you're from or what you associate yourself with. Like I said, I love this. This is something that should have been there for the longest time possible so that we can actually get a real population reading on who is here, who is Black American, and again, who is not, respectfully. Because we don't need people to be masquerading as Black Americans and then you're somebody else and then you want to roll through and you want to have all of these condescending, tones, and you want to start, talking all the stereotypical type of stuff and narratives and pushing negative narratives towards Black Americans while masquerading, knowing that you are not Black American. Yeah, like I said, we need a, we need a nice divider, right there. That's all I'm saying. Need a nice little divider so we know who is who. And like I said, it ain't nothing xenophobic or racist directly about them. Like the other dude sat up there and said, he was like, he is not Black, right? He's not Black American. He said that he is Haitian. Like I said, respect to you. Like I said, you got your own heritage, you got your own lineage, you got your own, great history there being a Haitian. You are not Black American. I'm completely cool and fine directly with that. Make sure you write that down when you're doing these jobs. There's no reason for you to misconstrue anything. There's no reason for you to try to override it or to try to masquerade or cosplay. You don't have to do none of that. They got y'all down here on these job applications. Park yourself where you need to be parked. It's that simple. It's that simple. Ascending said there was always a other box to write in your race. That is 100% true as well. But, people don't ever want to highlight those things. They want to make it seem as though that they only have this specific area to go directly to, which again, to me is crazy. I've always seen the other box directly down there, or the space that they allotted for people to put in whatever it is that they needed to do. But again, whatever narrative that people got, that's the narrative that they want to sell and give directly to people. Be like that. Mahoko said, Seji, thank you for covering this topic frequently. No problem. Like I said, we got to give refresher courses out here because we got some Johnny come latelys that swear that they know something. I'm like, yeah, we ain't doing that. Especially when stuff is as content wise, when it's as fresh that I've done it. And I know I can at least, go back a little bit and pick that up and just put it on screen. Oh, yeah, it's over. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me now. I'm about to do pull that right back up real quick. Bow. Like I said, this time at least it took me like less than a minute, to pull up some of these images because the content that I've done on it has been recent. Like I said, crazy work. It is diabolical out here. Diabolical. And as I told a lot of people before, a lot of folks out there, they voted for this. For a lot of the things that are happening and going directly on, a lot of folks voted on this because again, they thought that it was going to overly benefit them and that it was going to have a negative effect on Black Americans. And a lot of people had to sit up there and learn the hard way. And again, I'll sit up there and put it to you like this: when it deals with kids being in harm's way because adults want to be stupid, I feel sorry for the kids, because no child should have to sit up there and in a sense suffer the consequences of the father, right? But again, that's what comes when people want to sit up there and make a deal with the devil. There's nothing you can do about that. You can't save the kids. You can't save anybody from adult decisions. No matter how much those adults who are to blame want to sit up there and try to shift the goalpost, scapegoat, and try to blame other folks for their situation specifically. Like I said, there's nothing you can do about that. Nothing you can do. It'd be like that. I guess people should have had some cattle or some goats directly out there when they went directly to that altar trying to barter, trying to show up like Doctor Strange, Dormammu. I've come to barter. You ain't had no time stone. Let me tell you that. You went directly to the devil. You did not have no time stone on you at all. You were not able to replay that and take back what you did. You gotta learn the hard way. Got to learn the hard way. Shout out to Hawkeye. People learn the hard way. Sacrifices got to be made for the greater good, right? It's crazy work. It is crazy work. Somebody said, thank God the Democrats didn't get into office. This is the thing that people gotta realize. If at any moment in time that you're still on this whole hook that your party is better than the other party, you're just as stupid as everybody else. The United States government doesn't care about you. If you want to sit up there and you want to try to be thankful or you want to try to say something, the United States government does not care about you. That is a fact. Again, I just sat up there and showed people a video where you had this strange fog that came directly out of nowhere. At one moment, it was, a little bit bearable to drive, and then all of a sudden, it was like the mist. It was like the scientists opened up a portal, and then you just had like this smoke that devoured everything. And then before, right in front of your eyes, bow, car crash, car pile up. Sat up there and showed you another video where a guy filmed this type of micro sediment directly on his car, and he swept it, and it was this black material that was also reflective because it had heavy metals directly in there. And then you had the news agencies out there giving warnings to people in 3 states that you need to sit up there and stay at home because the levels of this type of stuff that is out there is poisonous in a sense. It can cause very much issues with your respiratory and a lot of things, right? So, like I said, the government does not care about you at all. So, like I said, y'all keep going on this whole thing of like, oh, thank God the Democrats, the Democrats. Y'all keep doing all this other type of stuff because you wanted to sit up there and pick a side. And y'all up here like, oh, well, I pick lesser of the two evils. It's both evil. Like, are y'all stupid? Are you stupid or are you stupid? Evil is still evil. It don't matter how. All you basically saying is like, okay, well, if you view the Democrats as evil, then the Republicans, they're still evil, but they're evil to an extent. It's still evil. It doesn't make sense. You're not going to make the evil more manageable directly for you. It's not going to be more palatable. It's like you're either going to take some on the front end or you're going to take on the back end. You're still going to sit up there and take it. But y'all really sitting up there like, well, I got a choice on how I want to sit up there. Actually, realistically, you don't. The electoral colleges actually got to say so, and the final say so. Because correct me if I'm wrong, because I remember doing a video on it. The electoral colleges told everybody in the United States when they were going over the whole voter thing and freaking out, was like, oh, it was Trump. No, it was Joe Biden. The electoral colleges was like, hey, we're your daddy now. We sat up there and told you that Joe Biden is president, so shut up and go back to your jobs as you normally do. And everybody shut up and they went back and did what they normally do every single day. I'm like, wow. I'm like, what happened to people saying that they actually had control of this country? You telling me that a minority out here, the electoral colleges, have more say so than the rest of the people out here that were arguing and bickering back and forth? No, it's the Democrats that won. No, it's the Republicans. No, it's the Republicans. No, it's the Democrats that won. And y'all just sat up there and shut up. But y'all come directly to this comment section and try to tell me that whatever side that you're for is better than the other side. Y'all are stupid. Y'all are stupid. Y'all are the reason that the government is able to sit up there and sell you trash food, such as like GMO foods. You are the exact reason why. You are the exact reason why the air in the water is polluted. Y'all the same reason why we still got fluoride, which is listed as a neurotoxin. You can list that, look that directly up. Y'all the same reason that we got this directly in the water. And y'all talking about y'all care about the kids, but you sitting up there feeding your kids poisonous water. And just because you give your child water directly from a bottle ain't making it no better, because that bottle of water been sitting there for so long. Again, trust it as from somebody who actually worked in the grocery store. You don't know how long that bottle of water has actually been sitting there in that plastic. And then when it's sitting there in that plastic, depending on the temperature of that water in that plastic where it's held, you can taste the plastic in the water, which means that you are drinking microplastics, which are going to cause even more problems later on. So it's like you're going to leave, again, one type of poison to go to another type of poison. And then on top of that, with bottled water, you don't know where they're getting this bottled water from. You don't even know what's in the bottled water. You're just looking at it as like, oh, well, this water, okay, it's good to drink. It could be arsenic in there or something. You don't know what's in there. Like, it's crazy. Like, politicians only care about the rich. And y'all still out here talking about one side is better than the other. Like I said, this is why everything is falling apart, because y'all too stupid. Y'all are just too stupid. And y'all think y'all know what is best for you. You think that you know so much that you give power directly over to rich people. And what have we learned in history? The rich never cared about the poor. They love a slave class because the slave class is beneficial to the rich to keep them in that position. But other than that, they're not trying to sit up there and see you at their parties. They're not trying to see you at their restaurants, at their boutiques, whatever it is that the rich normally go to. The rich really don't even like the rich. The rich try to cannibalize the other lower rich folks out there. It's one big giant food chain where the 1% is over everybody else. And everybody else is trying to chase after where the 1% or other people that are doing better than them currently are. Because nobody wants to be at the bottom, but somebody has to be at the bottom in order for it to actually be a pyramid. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Wait, what happened? Wait, let me go back up. Let me see. Yo, since she like, I'm a nerd. I love the references from comic books and etc. Oh yeah, gotta throw those in there. Gotta do it. Danny said, "You're right. The government doesn't care about you, but the Democrats truly only care about their own selves more than the Republicans." I didn't say, like, are we getting lost here in this conversation? I just no. None of the rich care for the ones that vote for it. Like, they don't care. They care about money. This is why certain groups can get certain laws and things passed. Jewish folks out there, they got hate crime bills or whatever. They got that passed because they got a collective. They got money. The Hispanic community, they got laws passed because they got money. They got community. The Asian community, the exact same thing. The main thing that deals with all these demographics, as long as you got the money to feed to these politicians, they'll do what you want, at least as long as that money is there. When it runs out, they're not paying you no attention. So, just saying. I mean, I told people about that before too. If you want to sit up there and actually do something and have an effect, locally is the main way to sit up there and vote. When it deals with anything that's like outside of that, it's like good luck. Locally is different, and I've given examples directly of that before, because even when I voted before, at least the people that I voted for, I was able to, let's say, like, shake a hand. I saw them, like the police chief at the time. I forgot the brother's name, but the police chief during the time, and this is again Detroit. I was able, because of the neighborhood that I lived in, I was able to see the police chief come directly to the neighborhood, and they had, the whole podium, and they were speaking directly to, the community there. I was able to see again the mayor during that time there, amongst the community and other places there, especially when they had initiatives for the neighborhoods and the surrounding neighborhoods, right? So again, as this guy stated above, locally it does work, because at least you can shake hands with those people. You have a better chance of seeing a local politician, such as like a mayor or a police chief, versus seeing the president of the United States. Hundreds of millions of people are trying to rush down and see the president of the United States, or potentially maybe trying to see like a senator or something like that over there in Washington. Good luck with trying to meet up and actually see them. Again, you got a better chance of seeing your local officials that are within your city and having those conversations. Let me see. Sassy said billionaires are the only players that tell you to pick a side, then pit you against the other one while they pick your pockets. Yeah, because the billionaires are making money on both ends. They're making money hand over fist. So no matter which side that they tell you to sit up there and pick, they got money on red and on black. So they're still going to sit up there and make some. And then on top of having money on red and black, they also have investments in the casino that they're betting directly in. So no matter if they lose, they still win. It's like, it's crazy, and people don't sit up there and see it. People do not see it, and it's diabolical. Let me see. Danny said, bro, you sound like a Temu version of Al Sharpton. You're not as smart as you think you are. I mean, okay. Whatever you say. Whatever I'm basically trying to explain to people about politics, you're right. I'm incorrect. I don't got no political degree. I didn't go to college for none of this. Anything that I mentioned from mainstream media, you're right. That's 100% incorrect. I don't know anything that I'm talking about. So now that we're at square one, that means that you, my dear boy, should be the one to educate people on politics, but yet you're not going to do that. Nor, more than likely, if I were to sit up there and look some stuff up, which I'm actually going to do, if it's on which channel would it actually be on? Oh, shout out to King for the I'm going to round it up to the $2 dono. You said we're all up, this whole system is falling. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So let me I actually want to see. Oh, so that's how you do it. So that's how I can actually see how many comments that people have written on the channel. That's crazy. Let me see something real quick. That is crazy. So I had to use Sunny for an example because I wanted to see how far back it would go. That is wild. So I can, by way of doing this, I can actually look at all the messages that people have written on. Is this just from the live streams? Yeah, I think this is actually just from the live stream. That's crazy. I wish it would do that for just the normal comments, right? But let me just see this person real quick, right? Because they had a complaint about what it was that I was talking about. So you got nothing on your channel at all. You got 0. You started your channel June 28th of 2025. You got nothing but music directly up there. Yeah, okay. And that's what I'll be talking about. You got folks that come up here that want to talk about me, right? And that I don't know nothing about nothing. But yet at the end of the day, you could be trying to educate people, but you're not doing nothing. That's crazy. Wait, who you talking about? You said somebody by the name of Polo. Who was that? Yeah, I don't know who that is either. Columbus said, "Why you listening to him? Wire hustling." Yeah, that's what I be saying. It's like that's just like the weirdest thing. Is like you find everything that I'm saying basically to be incorrect or wrong, but yet you're not going to put any, opposite information directly out there to disprove what it is that I'm saying. And if I'm, but this is the crazy part. If I'm sitting up there telling ordinary people that the rich don't care about them, how am I incorrect in that? Where in history at all of humanity has the rich ever cared about the poor? How do you think that they got rich? Why would you what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like I've never, brother, sweet mother of Christ. People like he a fan, he an informant. Yo, that is crazy. Let me see. You said no, I don't want to shut up. I want to know instead of talking about problems, how about the answers on how to fix these problems that you're bringing up? The craziest part is, like I said in previous live streams, I repeat myself countless times. It gets to the point where I'm tired of repeating myself because I done said it 99 different times. And it always seems like I got a Johnny come lately that comes directly up here versus going back through and listening to, previous live streams or videos or whatnot or whatever. People just were like, just give me the straight answer on how to, deal with this and all this other type of stuff and rah, rah, rah. Crazy work. Crazy work. Also, again, shout out to King. I originally saw it on the original YouTube page, so that's why I was like shouting you out directly from there. But again, shout out for the $2 dono. Said we're all up. This whole system is falling. So shout out. That is facts. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Yep. Let me see. Sassy said billionaires started off of chaos and they tell you to label yourselves, then pit you against one another while they thrive. They are not part of the population with labels. They are playing their game. Yep. Rabbit said whoever moved Polo Styles. Thank you. Sunny said LOL. AI Sharpton is not goals. It's not. It is not. It is not. Let me see what else. Hey, Sham, welcome back. Sassy said we need to stop fighting one another and find a compromise and put the hate down. I mean, technically, that's what's happened at this moment in time. Black Americans are putting stuff directly to the side because we see what one problem directly is. And again, we tried to sit up there and tell Somalians and other Africans to calm down, just to, relax. They didn't want to respect that. They wanted to get even more disrespectful, not only just here in the United States, but you got some Canadian Africans, you got some UK Africans, you got African Africans, all of which want to get, disrespectful from their own, areas that they reside directly in. So now the problem that Black Americans had to deal with, everybody else now sees that problem and has to deal with that type of disrespect as well too. And this is what I told people before. Now you got somebody by the side of Tucker Carlson, Tucker Carlson himself and somebody else, basically talking about Black Americans or foundational Black Americans and referencing them on their platform, which is now putting more people, making more people aware of what that is, what it's about and everything. And it's like I said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So again, shout out to a lot of those Africans and many others directly out there, because you're starting something that you should not have even started before. You are better off just specifically just focusing on Black Americans. The moment in time that y'all decided, or the groups of your segment of your population decided that they wanted to pop off on white Americans and start saying some stuff, and y'all wanted to start gloating, that was the wrong thing to do. I'm going to sit up there. That's a battle that you are not ready for at all. Again, Black Americans have history, and again, history of which that y'all never want to read or look directly into. So you guys are ignorant 1000% of what it is that you're going to sit up there, that's what you've incurred and what you're going to now have to sit up there and deal with. And this is why a lot of Africans and many others now have the United States government on their backs at this moment in time. But like I said, we tried to warn you. Y'all didn't want to sit up there and listen. Y'all thought y'all knew better than us. You thought you guys were saved. Some crazy work. That is diabolical. Okay, I got you, Tip. It's cool. You said that you were trying to make it. I get. Yeah, you got to be very careful with wording. Tip. You gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, champ. I got you though. Let me see. D said that the rich will look out for themselves and pitch ideas to cause disruption / dissension among the lower class. That is facts. That is facts. We all need to stop supporting. You said it doesn't matter. We all need to stop supporting the Democrats. Dear Lord, do people not even understand what I just said? Am I speaking Chinese? I gotta be speaking Chinese. It doesn't matter which side that you sit up there and support. It does not. The lesser of two evils is still evil. Like, I just do not understand. It's like, do you want to deal with a poison lake or do you want to deal with a poison ocean? It's like, I'll go with the lesser, because I guess the lake is, less poisonous because it's not as massive as an ocean. Okay. This is still poison, but hey, a choice is a choice. That you got it. He said practically the entire federal budget goes to large corporations, so taxing the rich does nothing. People need to start doing their own ideas in their own states and stop pushing everything to the federal government. Shem said once they're poor, they'll remember how human they are. I mean, yeah, to an extent. But then all somebody has to do is just whisper directly in their ear and let them know that, hey, you're just a little bit better than these people over here. And then it's going to restart all over again. All over again. He said, neither party. Yep. Columbus says, sounds like English to me. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. And the funniest thing is, I think earlier somebody sat up there and told me that that I was racist. I forgot what I might have been talking about, but again, same comment that I get every single day. But yet, the government-wise, I'm talking about stuff in general, right? That affects everybody. But again, those exact same people, if they don't call me racist, then they just don't want to hear what it is that I'm saying. They're not trying to pay attention. They want to try to say that I'm incorrect, but yet they're not trying to give any opposite information to dismantle everything that I'm saying. So if you feel that I'm lying to people when I say that the rich don't care about the poor, so give me all the proof in the world, historically speaking, that the rich have just been there for the poor, to uplift them, to put them on the same plateau and all this. They don't. They won't. It will never happen. It has never happened. Like I said, the rich, the small amount directly out there, they're closed little club. They like the club, right? It's cool if the poor people want to sit up there and maybe be near it 100 miles out. It's cool if you want to sit up there and wave at their cars. If you want some autographs, you want to sit up there and take pictures. It's cool if you sit up there and work directly in the kitchen and you're serving them food or you're being a food handler. But for you to actually be in there to hobnob and to rub shoulders and to shake hands, no, they cringe at that whole thought. They don't want any commoners around them. And they especially don't want the poor to sit up there and mingle, meaning like have children, create children with them, because they consider that to be blasphemous. They look at that as pollution to their bloodline. So like I said before, I don't know what to sit up and tell folks. I don't know what to sit up and tell folks. I don't know. Timmy was like, I should run for president. Clearly, these men not doing anything right. If I was there, easy fix. This woman, let me tell you, this one right here. Joseph said blacks were doing their best just before desegregation. Then the Democrats mass incarcerated blacks and resegregated them in prisons. Sham said yes, and it does matter the race. Rich people become a level of evil from greed. that they abandon their humanity. Humanity. I'm so tired. They'll never help you. Bob said, earn your own money. Don't blame the rich because you're too lazy to get a job and save your money. Are you stupid? You have to be stupid. How out of I'm trying to figure out what part of the conversation. You wrote that at like 6:24. It is currently 6:26. I'm just trying to figure out of this whole conversation that we've been having dealing with the rich. What part did you come directly in on? Because you are ignoring so much of the conversation. Nobody's talking about trying to beg and ask the rich for any time. I don't understand why poor people defend the rich. I don't understand this. Like that is the what are we even what? You know what? You got it. You know what? Because the hamster for me just fell off the wheel. You got it. Whatever you sit up there and say, Bob. Looking at Bob Smith, two first names. You got it. That's a highly trustworthy guy right there. Bob Smith. Oh boy, you got it. You got it. Joseph said, if you got a problem with the rich, stop handing them more money through the federal government. Well, the problem with that is that you got lobbyists. The problem with that is that the government is in bed with the rich, with lobbyists and things of that nature. So it's almost nigh impossible at this moment in time to stop that from happening. You got big pharma dealing with those in the government. You got medical dealing with those in the government, and everything far and in between. Like I said, Monsanto and whoever else you want to throw directly up in there. And then beyond them, you got people entities such as BlackRock and Vanguard. And if you don't know who they are, type in their names and see how much both of their portfolios are worth. And then while you're also looking up BlackRock and Vanguard, look up how much stuff they have their hands directly in. Like I said, everything is intertwined. It doesn't matter with the system. So it doesn't matter how little you try to give to the system or how you try to navigate these waters. There are tentacles everywhere. There are dead man hands everywhere. I keep bringing up Democrat stuff. Let me see. Sham said, yeah, it doesn't work that way. The only way to fix it is to take the rich money and uproot the government system that made them rich. Joseph said, do all of your programs locally. Somebody said, Columbus said that the people CIA. Dude, Joseph said, none of you pay attention to trillions of dollars of federal budget. The craziest part is I talked about, at least to the extent dealing with the federal, I talked about the deficit. We're closing in about like 40 trillion in debt. Yeah, that's wild. And that's because of both parties. It's not just because of one side, it's because of both parties. And I know how people are going to be like, well, if we look at the Democrats, they put way more into the deficit than the Republicans. So actually, it's the Democrats that are in control of the deficit, not the Republican. It doesn't matter. They both added to a problem in a situation that really just shouldn't be here, because we're looking at the fact that the United States government is suffering from money mismanagement. And usually if you got money mismanagement, you fire people who are playing with money that is not theirs. So that deals with your Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, retirement, whatever you want to sit up there and consider it, your IRAs, whatever. Money mismanagement is all over the place. You're looking at instances where you got the government, many others, doing stock market manipulation, where people want to cause certain types of issues and wars to sit up there and have, either stocks, drop, or for stocks to sit up there and go up in price. You're looking at it every single time. Whenever they happen to put down whatever type of news, what then happens? When the news is related to a stock, what happens to those stocks? It either falls or drops. I'm sorry, it either falls or it goes up. Or sometimes it just may stay stagnant depending on, what the news specifically is about. Happens every single time. Happens in every single area. Like it's wild out here, man. Is that because all of you guys keep pushing stuff to the federal government? Da, 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 da. Mo said we've talked about the Pentagon losing trillions after 9/11. Yeah, I sat up there and even brought back up the video of what was it, Donald Rumsfeld, where he was like, yeah, somehow, some way, the government, they lost track of $2 trillion. Like I said, I don't know anybody black in the history of the United States or this world who has lost track of $2 trillion. I don't even know what $2 trillion looks like. That's wild to me. The main ruling class demographic in the United States can always seemingly lose track of the most ridiculous amount of money, from millions to billions to trillions. Like, I've never seen these numbers in my life, and I have yet to see any of these true Americans explain to me how is it that your people can lose track of all this money and then be like, we're going to do an investigation. That investigation never comes because, oops, 9/11 happened. Calling me surprised. Calling me surprised how that just magically happened when an investigation was supposed to go down. Highly interesting. Highly interesting. Federal government yet again. Champ says Joseph, government take the money. Joseph said 25 billion in SNAP goes to Walmart every year. You don't know what you're even talking about. Don't vote for income taxes. Sonny said I would take over 300 years for a human to count $1 trillion. I bet it would. Like I said, I can't even sit up there and like I couldn't even fathom $1 trillion. But somehow, some way, the people that are in power, they can lose track of this. every time. But they can lose track of that money, but they can keep track of the debt. Okay. That's wild. So somebody obviously touched that money before it became debt. Oh, I said if any of us lost $2 trillion, we would still be behind bars. Oh yeah. Let me go to that. That's bars. That's 100% bars. Like I said, if I sat up there and supernaturally misplaced $2 trillion of government money, I would be in prison. I would be in the highest max federal prison that we even know about, and I'd be probably serving 999 years, which of course I wouldn't be able to fully serve because it's not humanly possible. But yeah, like I said, it's wild out here. That's crazy. Yo, Hack. All right, you say you got to go to the gym. Peace. All right, man. Have a good workout. Columbus says, say it again, but touching that debt. What else was it? Oh yeah. I think what was it? Now I got to paraphrase because I forgot. I think it was like something in the avenue of the fact that, you know, you got all of these folks out here like the rich, the government officials and whatnot that can seemingly have the $2 trillion, right? Magically it disappears, right? Don't nobody know what happened to it, but they can always keep track of that debt. That's crazy. So that again, that lets you know that they've had the money, they touched the money, and they misused the money, right? And then there even been audits directly on the Pentagon and other places in the government where it's a black hole where money is just getting thrown directly into it and nobody's keeping track of it. Crazy work. Like I said before, that one plane that went down, I think it was in Georgia about like a year or two ago, where it was like the most high-tech plane that we had. And then when I looked it up, and it said that the whole life expectancy of them, dealing with that plane is about roughly $1.7 trillion. So again, add that to the deficit because that plane went off a radar, disappeared, and then it crashed into pieces. So something that's a part of a $1.7 trillion project, they lost track of and it crashed and it broke into pieces. Yeah, all right. I wonder what the insurance was directly on that plane. I wonder what that is because magically when stuff starts breaking down, they always make sure to have this crazy insurance directly on it. Like I said, it sounds like money laundering to me. I don't know what to tell people. People need to start looking into some stuff. That's all I'm saying. Like I'm saying, sounds real suspicious. Timmy said, "How do you misplace $2 trillion?" He said, "If I had money like that, nobody would be homeless. Easy fix." Tippy, the easy fix Tipperton. That is, I'm gonna have to get that as a hat if I can remember that. Tippy, the easy fix Tipperton for president. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Crazy work out here. Let me tell you, this woman right here, crazy work. Wait, what was it? Federal laws. Columbus said Twin Towers come to mind about insurance. Oh yeah. There was a nice little doc about that too, about the insurance that was directly there. And then the whole thing about dealing with the United States, there was only one time in history where 3 concrete structures basically went down pretty much all in the same day. And it just so happens, what a coincidence, that it was during 9/11. Because you had, San Francisco, I think, what was it, San Francisco and like Chicago fires, and you had concrete structures that were on fire, but yet they didn't go down, even though some of those were burning for days and nights. Crazy work though, but whatever. Like people said, it was jet fuel. Jet fuel is hotter than the sun. It's crazy work out here. Anyways, it's diabolical. This man sat up there and told Mo to calm down. That's the wrong thing to do. You must not know who you're talking to. Like I said, I try to have patience. In the beginning, a lot of my moderators had very great patience. They had better patience than me. And it was like, "Yo, Seiji, calm down." It's like, "Yo, you don't gotta, always rah 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 and all this other type of stuff." And now it has transitioned. Now I'm technically more patient, and my moderators are impatient. That's the wrong thing to do. You said it. You told the wrong person to calm down. That's some diabolical work. Yep, I be trying to tell people. Sham was like in the Shadow Realm. Mo was like in the Bermuda Triangle. I told people this is why I try to tell people. This is why I try to tell people. I try to let people just just talk and and have fun. Land the plane as they say. But people do a little bit more than what they should, and they get overly excited. So now people are in timeout. That's some crazy work. I don't even know if we even got peanuts and food in the Bermuda Triangle. I don't think we got anything down there. But I guess he'll figure it out. I guess he'll figure it out. Tippy said, think about it though. You just put them in a nice apartment and homes and partnered with Dollar Tree for supplies they need. Easy fix. Tippy, let me tell you something. If you don't sit up there and start doing like some TikToks with this, I'm gonna hurt you. Let me tell you something. Because I'm telling you, do everything that you write right now. Just go do some TikToks. That's all you gotta do. Just put it on TikTok, Tippy. You don't even gotta sit up there and show your face or nothing. Just have like a nice little picture directly up. You can have like the captions. You can do it directly from your phone because I know you're rich, so you got an iPhone, and you can download the CapCut, whatever video editing software, and that's all you gotta do, Tippy. That's all you gotta do. Shem said, we don't have universal health care because of our federal government. They privatize healthcare and they make profit on it. Yeah, they make profit on a lot of stuff dealing with the medical field, especially anything for cancer, anything for diabetics, high blood pressure, all of that stuff. Like it's wild out here. And then certain medications that could potentially help you, they make sure that that's the most expensive thing directly on the market. And then if it is the most expensive thing, then the insurance is like, yeah, we don't cover that. I'm like, huh? but you cover this other stuff that barely even works or it does nothing at all. It's pretty much just a placebo. All right. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical out here. True said, what's happening? Said, yo, what is up? What is up? What's up? You said, I've been listening, brother, and I'm still recovering from my foot surgery. I've been silent. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. It's all love. I'm pretty much, I'm like I said, I try to make no promises, but consistency is a nice little walk that I'm trying to do. I'm not going to say trying, that I'm doing. At this moment in time. So I want to say I can't even look, but consistently we've been on that live stream grind. I think one day was missed out of the days that we've consistently had live streams. So we're doing good. We are doing pretty good right now. Hopefully you are doing better and the healing is going well as well. Same thing with Sham too. Hopefully you are doing pretty well with the healing and the breathing and everything of the sort. I did read that you were moving around, going to and from. Sham said, I can tell you if any state in this country don't pay federal taxes, they're seating because they'll have to fight the government to keep that tax money. Gotcha. Columbus said, I'm going to say, Baruch, pronounced Babuk. Wow, wait, what? And you said that's an open book question? Wait, the way that is written and then the way that is pronounced. The English language, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. But yeah, it's crazy out here. It is 100% crazy. But yeah, pretty much that's it though. We've been going for about like three minutes, and I'm sorry, I said 3 minutes. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I'm like, yeah, we've been going for 3 minutes right now. It's time to cut off the live stream. Been going for 3 minutes, and Jesus, we've been going for 3 hours. 3 hours there. So we're going for 3 hours and 30 minutes. So yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all folks. Wait, what? All right, obviously we got some trolls. Ignored. Anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people who have donated directly to the platform. Shout out to anybody who may have put any jewels, I think was it jewels or bits, directly on the channel. Shout out to any of the super chats directly on the channel. Shout out to any of the members on the channel as well. Also, shout out to anybody who is a part of the patronage as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Would not be able to do the things that I do every single day without people like you. Shout out, much love, respect to any and all of my moderators that are currently here or not here. As D Money would normally say, shout out to all the regulars that come directly through. Shout out to the MVPs, aka the trolls, who pulled directly up to the scene every single live stream and be saying the exact same thing every single time. And also shout out to the 14,242 people that have pulled directly up to the live stream as well for this 3 hour and 31 minute live stream. Matter of fact, let me just check on the wait, let me just check real quick, see if we got. Yeah, shout out to TT. My apologies for missing it because I can only see it from the actual channel. Shout out to TT Willie, who said Happy New Year's Eve 2026. Sent 260 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the jewels. Let me go back and look at this again. So again, shout out to Terry for the $2 dono. Shout out to James Brown for the $5 dono. Shout out to Terry for another dono of $5. Shout out to Hack for the $2 dono, and shout out to King Tony for we're going to round that up to a $2 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So let me see. Oh, we also got like the top fans up there. We got Terry in first place. We got James Brown second place, and user GC1 in third place in the chat for activity. So I'm just about to fly over to the other side real quick and see what we got going. So give me a quick second here. Gotta click that. Go over here. Go to the analytics. Shout out to the 5,067 that pulled directly up. Actually, the funniest thing is the average duration is pretty similar on both channels, which is actually pretty dope. Which is hard to actually do. Shout out to Lunch from the other channel for the put a heart directly upon that for the $10 dono directly to the channel as well too. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of y'all that pull up to these live streams. Like I said, it is highly appreciated. Highly appreciated. If you are looking for daily content, which we do supply directly on the channel, you can go directly to SEIJIHITO, the second coming, and you can watch the videos. I usually post about, let's say, 2 to 3 videos per day. If it's not 3 videos, then you'll normally, I'm not going to say normally, but you'll quite frequently have a live stream that will be in between the video post directly up there. So, come directly through, leave a comment, what you feel directly about the videos or any other information that you may have directly on the topic. And much appreciated. Much appreciated. Sham said, I'm tired though. My power went out last night. Oh, that's crazy. Sham said, are you gaming today? This woman tipped me. She was like, yeah, you gaming. The funny part is I have not been technically gaming too much. Usually I'll do the live stream and then I'll just go sit down and probably eat a little bit of food, turn on Kitchen Nightmares, and probably go to sleep, and then wake up in the morning. That's pretty much what I've been doing, which is pretty funny. So I'm not too sure. I can't even say if I will actually game on anything because I really ain't been playing much. But yeah, I'll figure it out. Like I said, I called 3 hours, 3 minutes earlier, so I'm pretty much done at this moment. I'm probably going to eat these 2 slices of this pepperoni cheese pizza and probably figure it out. Columbus Brooks said, Bill's playing and I am listening to the stream. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. See the multitasking out there. Gail Jones said, peace and love. All right, Gail, have a great night. Wait, what time is it? It is 6:48 at this moment. Concern said delineation is the name of the movement where we separate ourselves as Black Americans. That's a delineation bill that ensures Africans will identify as Africans and not Black Americans. That's a very good point. I like that. Tippy said, y'all have TikTok. Those Roman Reigns AI clips are hilarious. Oh yeah, I saw you up there, Tippy. You were talking about earlier how you was making homemade ice cream when you first came in. I saw you. This woman is homemade ice cream. She probably going through every single flavor right now. As soon as she got that Ninja ice cream maker, it was over. Sham said, I'm making beef stir fried rice tonight, but I'm not sure of anything else. Oh, okay. I got you. Rabid, what is up? You said, if anyone likes horror comics, I recommend Feral. It was started back in 2024. Okay. Tippy said, Seiji, tell us about your day. Pretty much nothing. Waking up, looking at Kitchen Nightmares for a minute, and then trying to get myself up so I can go to the computer and start looking up videos. And then I got to sit there for about 30 plus minutes and do some captions. And while waiting for, the captions and trying to edit out any curse words, got to, go back and listen to, more videos and stuff like that. Things of that nature. Sham said, is Kitchen Nightmares funny? Yeah. I watch Hell's Kitchen and Kitchen Nightmares. It's for me, it's pretty funny because I've been watching it for such a long time for like a decade plus. So yeah, I've been watching it for a minute. Let me see. Tippy said the food sounds good. Judas said it's 4:48 here in Colorado. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. Y'all about what, like 3 hours back? Yeah. So you and Tippy are basically, Tippy is in in Cali, and then you're in Colorado. So yeah, y'all 3 hours back. Let me see. Sham said, "LOL. I've been using my Ninja ice cream maker to make sorbet and sherbet. I love sherbet. Sherbet is one of my favorite ice creams. I think what is it? I think the lime and the orange. Those are both my favorite ones. Because I grew up having like the little crystal punch bowl that my grandmother had during Thanksgiving. Like it should be Thanksgiving or Christmas that would always come out, and then they would normally put the sherbet directly in there. So we'll have like two different types, and then you'll have the 7-Up that you put directly in there. Always tasted great. Matter of fact, the next time I go to the market, I'm going to make sure to get some. I got to make that for myself. It's been a long time. It's been too many years since I've had that. Tippy said I used the Kitchen HQ mixer. I got it from QVC. Oh Lord, not QVC. Oh Lord. Hopefully you got a warranty on that. I think my mom, she ended up getting like a laptop from the Home Shopping Network or something, and yeah, that laptop was terrible. I said laptop. Lord, I'm too tired. Sham said it was a good deal. I got the lavender one. Okay. Concern said, real quick question. At Seiji, do you think the Avengers could beat Doctor Doom? And if so, why? No. If we're dealing with comic wise, if we're dealing with God Doom, no, they're not going to be able to defeat him like that. You would need the likes of I think it was like Sue Storm. Because if I'm going from like the comic book, I think Doom had Sue Storm. I forgot what happened with Mr. Fantastic. I forgot what basically happened there, but I know they had like a final battle. So if they're going by the book, potentially, they'll probably take some liberties on the story. It's probably going to be a combination of a lot of things. You hopefully, if they do it correctly, you should see some Marvel Zombies directly in there. Because I feel like that's why they technically gave you the Marvel Zombies. I think it was like a 6-part directly in there to technically get people used to it. So you should basically see that in there because it should be multi-versal or multi-universe when it deals with God Doom, if they're going with that story. And the battle world or Doom world, whatever that they basically had, where you got the Hulks, you got all the different Hulks from the multiverse, you got the different Thors and all this other type of stuff going on. It should be pretty crazy. But it should come down to the whole thing of maybe potential like Valeria Richards. I don't think Franklin's going to have anything to do with that at the moment because you would have to deal with an aged up Franklin Richards with the powers that he has as a grown adult. Sue Storm and Reed. But yeah, he would. Again, if we're dealing with a powerful version of Doom, yeah, he would just be able to take out the Avengers with no problem. Like it's nothing. Like I said, he doesn't even have to use Infinity Stones because of the power that he basically has. Since she said comics are the only way to go by. Yeah, you would think so. But then when you look at the other Avenger films, you sit up there and realize that they took way too many liberties with a lot of stuff and they jacked up the story. Like I said, I can enjoy the Marvel movies for what they are. I can separate it, right? I can separate the stuff that I know from comics and I can separate the stuff that I know from movies. So I can enjoy the comics for the comics and the movies for the movies. Sham said, I think Wolverine, he would get annihilated. Wolverine has like a healing factor and he does have the metal, but yeah, he would be defeated quick. Magneto could sit up there and basically defeat him, and technically he did that to an extent where Magneto, when Wolverine ended up actually scratching, did some damage to Magneto raged out and he pulled every bit of metal directly from Wolverine's body. And then after that happened, Wolverine's healing factor went back basically to normal, and you saw him basically technically he devolved. Even though he technically devolved, it was more so that he evolved sort of like Sabretooth. Because if Sabretooth's healing factor was technically held back a little bit, well, technically his healing factor is not really so good as Wolverine. But anyways, if his healing factor was technically held back in certain arts of Sabretooth, he wouldn't look so much like a beast, right? But when Wolverine's was held back, you saw Wolverine looking more of like a guy. But when Wolverine's healing factor was allowed, when his body was able to do what it's supposed to do, he was more so looking like Sabretooth. He was looking like a beast when you set up their song. And technically, I liked that version of like Bone Claw, as you would call him if you play Marvel vs. Capcom 2, because they had two different versions of Wolverine in there. I like Bone Claw Wolverine better because he's more agile, he's faster, he's more, feral versus the Wolverine that you would, normally have. Since she said the MCU is trash, I mean, I'm not going to sit up there and say it's trash. I enjoy, in a sense, what they've done so far. Like when they have certain moments directly in there that hit, like when during like the snap and you saw Spider-Man basically about to fade out, but he had that moment with like Tony. It was like, yo, that hit. I'm like, all right. I can have problems and disagree with a lot of stuff throughout the films, but when they actually like get those moments they do hit. And or when they had the moment where it was like Captain America, even though it was different in the comic, but when they had the moment where Captain America, he was like, all right, this is the last go. I might not be able to do this all day. He strapped, that broken shield, and he was like, all right, this is it. And then you sat up there and heard that what's name come on in Cap's helmet. It was like, yo, Cap on your left. Everybody was like, huh? I'm like, yo, what you talking about on this left? Like, ain't nobody here. And then you just saw like Falcon. I'm like, oh snap. And then the portal started like opening up. And then you saw Chadwick Boseman come. I'm like, oh, it's over. I'm like, it's over. It is over. What did Tippy say? Tippy was like, both of y'all can kick rocks. That's crazy. Sham said, no, I mean, says he's right, Tippy, not Mo. Hello, my bad. Rabbit says, says you Luke Cage can take on Doom. Dude got shook when he owed him money. It's very... The funniest thing is Drax, which, again, a part of not the Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy. His whole main purpose is to defeat Thanos. And Drax, he actually killed Thanos before. He's going toe to toe and fought Thanos. But in one comic book, if you check back in the early 2000s, he defeated Thanos. He put his hand directly through Thanos' heart and showed him his heart and took that man out. And Thanos just looked down. He was like, huh, interesting. But again, Thanos was always looking for that glorious battle to sit up there and die so that he can be with Mistress, Lady Death. Again, going back to the comic book, right? And that was his obsession. But now when you look at the MCU, they were like, we're going to take that out, and that's not going to be his obsession. His whole obsession is going to be this whole thing with trying to balance the universe, and the main love of his life was basically Gamora and all this other type of stuff. And that's where they basically jacked it up. Again, of course, if you look at the comics, Thanos is looking like a simp, a heavy simp for Mistress Death. Mistress Death didn't really care for him, and she actually despised him, and she more so went for Deadpool. And because of that, you had Thanos basically curse Deadpool with immortality so he could never actually be with Mistress Death. So you got that whole storyline directly there where you got like, two guys directly, going for this woman, even though Deadpool is all over the place with stuff. But yeah, like I said, it's a lot of stuff though. Sham said, I know you don't eat mayo. What was it? Oh, you talking about what's the name? Sham said, no, I was talking about Cedric about Wolverine. Said LMAO. Tippy said, I was in D-Money's chat the other day. I didn't even know he was streaming. He said, both of them was messing with me for no reason, and I was showing love to his channel. Bullies. Mo said, Tippy makes ice cream with, I thought you said Cool Whip earlier. You said Miracle Whip. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Sham said, Yeah, they jacked it up. Since she said, "Oh wow, I didn't know that about Thanos and Deadpool." Yeah, yeah, like that whole thing is hilarious. That whole thing is hilarious with Thanos and Deadpool. I'm not sure if they're going to touch on that in here, but we'll see. The other thing I want to know is that how are they going to deal with what's the name being two characters at once? Because Josh Brolin is Thanos and he's also Cable. So it's going to be interesting to see them deal with that if they do put Cable in this Doom movie or whatnot or whatever. Because it was like they brought Cable in there, it was a one and done. But I'm like, all right, so if y'all can bring in Cable, when are you going to bring in Bishop? Like when is that going to specifically happen there? Because I've been waiting for that. Like Bishop was one of like my characters I was even waiting for in Marvel. Was it Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2? Yeah, it should have been Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 when I saw him in there. I don't think he was a playable character, but I wanted him to be DLC. And I think the only other chance that we might happen to see him is potentially in the brand new X-Men video game that they're going to do on PlayStation. I'm not sure if it's going to be on both consoles. Or potentially maybe they might bring him to Marvel Rivals. But if they bring him to Marvel Rivals, he should be DPS and potentially support, possibly. But yeah, I'm not sure how they're gonna deal with his powers because Bishop is fairly strong. He is fairly strong when he deals with people just throwing stuff at him, and he can throw it directly right back. And and channel that doesn't matter what type of energy, kinetic, thermal, whatever, psionic, he can just throw it directly back. He can be overloaded. But yeah, it'll be interesting how they deal with that. Because if I go by how they did Gambit, yeah, my hopes are not too high. Hopes are not too high. Sham said, "Oh, Tippy hugs. Y'all leave Tippy alone." Rabbit says, "Seji in the Dutch dub, they gave Thanos the voice of a black man from Suriname." Wait a minute. I might have to sit up there and see that. Columbus said the Bills are winning 24-23. Okay, I got you. Tippy said, "Thank you, Sham. Good to know somebody cares about this woman." Sham said, "Did you play Cosmic Invasion?" Yeah, the funniest thing is I was supposed to finish out Cosmic Invasion to fill out the rest of the cubes, and I didn't do it because normally once I get done with the game, I'll get sidetracked and distracted by something else. And I think during that time I started playing. Was I playing Terminal Brigade? I think it was. It should maybe it was. Yo, Senshi, have you played Terminal Brigade? Let me know if you play. It's a free play game. It's on both PC and it's on Xbox. Because that was one of the things that I got directly caught up in at the time. Ash said Thanos is such a simp in the comics. I can't take Thanos fanboys seriously. The one area that I loved Thanos was it wasn't even the comic books, but it was the video games, and that was Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I was like, as soon as Thanos was in there, that was one of my main characters I had for my team. Again, I didn't care about no meta or stuff being for competition or whatnot, or whatever. I ain't care about that. Thanos was up in here, I'm cool. I'll sit up there and be playing directly with that character, and whatnot. So what was it? Sham said, "Why is the baby cat staring directly into my soul right now? I gave her food. What does she want now?" The baby cat wants love. Sham said Thanos, his story was so trash they had changed it in the MCU. The funny thing is, I wish they would have kept it, because if they would have kept, but they couldn't keep it, because if you go by the Infinity Gauntlet, what was it, saga storyline, I wanted the same way. Instead of them doing a snap, I wanted him to dismantle the Avengers or the superheroes the way that he did in the comics. Cyclops, his head was placed in the cube and he was suffocated. Wolverine was turned into rubber. I think what Nova was turned into Legos. Somebody else was turned into glass. I forgot what he did to Iron Man. Like everybody got jacked up. Like it was like, yeah, it was over. Like it was just nothing that they could sit up there and do. Now, what I will sit up there and say is, if they wanted to do a version of Thanos that was at least decent, I would tell people, for those who are into watching cartoons, go on YouTube and look up Earth's Mightiest Heroes, and specifically look up the episodes where Thanos is there, where the Avengers are fighting Thanos. One of the main battles that I love so much is when you see Thanos. He's using a gauntlet. He's using the time stone. He took out the main human Avengers. I think Tony made it to like 200. I think he made it to about like 150 or close to like 200 years or something like that. Like he made it. But that, again, because of the arc reactor. So, he made it past what was normally humanly possible. The only ones left standing were pretty much I think both Cap and Tony made it. But when they went past that, the only ones that lasted were Hulk, and you saw Thor. Thor was taking like the full on blast from the time stone, and that basically turned him into, I guess you could almost call him like old man Thor in a sense, but basically like Odin. And he had to sit up there and let Thanos know. He was like, yo, the older Asgardians get, the stronger we get as well. And he didn't sit up there and think about that. With all of the brilliance and intelligence, the genius that Thanos got, he didn't sit up there and think about that. He didn't calculate that. He was getting busted up with that hammer. And then he didn't calculate that with the Hulk. The Hulk went to the point where you saw, in a sense, the two different versions of the Hulk that they had in the comic. You could basically put it as Maestro, and then you can also put it with the Hulk from the book. There was a book out there where the Incredible Hulk was the last person to survive on the planet. And that's basically, if you look at the hair and whatnot, that's sort of like what that Hulk, he resembles like both of, those Hulks. But that Hulk, because he was aged up, he ended up becoming, of course, more powerful, and Thanos was having some problems. That strength was a little bit too much. Again, he didn't calculate that. And he had to reverse. Because of all of that was happening, he then reversed all of that as well. Since you said get beaten Marvel vs. Capcom collections, I'm online right now. You will sit up there and beat me, because I ain't playing none of those games directly in a minute. Let me tell you, I've been focused on more so team-based games where I'm just making my builds and trying to go through the content that they got, sort of almost like some Division-ish type of thing. Since you said shaking my head, still haven't played Diablo 4. Yeah, I haven't played that in a minute. I missed out on like 2 seasons because I've been just playing other stuff because of disappointment that has been going on with some of these games at the moment. Lunch said, I hate that you guys they got heat for Tippy. You seem all right to me. No, they just playing with Tippy. Since she said no, I haven't heard of it. I'll look it up though. Yeah, Terminal Brigade is pretty good. The thing I will tell you though is that you would want to anybody on Xbox, you specifically want to play that by using the cloud version. The cloud version, I will want to say, is probably a direct copy or duplicate of the PC version. And if you download the I can't say the physical version, the digital version onto your console, you're going to deal with like some stuttering. You're going to deal with some hiccups. You may get pushed directly back to the dashboard. So if you do download it, the cloud version is the best version to actually play, which is crazy to actually say. Because normally with cloud, you would have a lot of issues, dealing with that. And the other thing about the game, which is pretty dope as well too, is that it's cross play. And it also has cross saves as well too. So whatever you do on PC, it'll transfer over when you play it on, Xbox once you connect your accounts. And whatever you do directly on Xbox will transfer directly back over, so you don't miss a beat or anything like that. Sham said, I'm still sick. I can't give her love right now. Baby cat, I don't want to make you sick too. Well, luckily, usually whatever humans go through, animals don't get it because there's been a lot of times I've been sick and my cats ain't never get sick. Now, when cats get sick, I'm like, how did you get sick? I'm like, what? I'm like, what were you outside doing for you to sit up there and be sneezing and have a dry nose? That's how you know that cats are sick. When their nose is dry and it's not wet. Yeah, they are under the weather. Usually. Let me see. Columbus said a time stone. Yeah, he had the full gauntlet when he fought the Avengers and Earth's Mightiest Heroes. He had every single stone. He got that stone after what was her name? After Black Widow basically had the stones at the moment in order to stop Dormammu from being present in the on Earth. She basically fought Dormammu back and sent him back along with the help of Doctor Strange. And after that power, basically from her being controlled by the stones, went upwards, that also basically sent out a signal in space. Also, to note, the stones actually, I think there are 7 stones altogether instead of just, I think, what is it, 6? I think they said 5. It should be like 5 or 6, whatever. But there's actually more stones there, and if I remember correctly from one of the older books, I think in the 80s or early 90s, the stones are a part of a goddess that was there, but because of, I think it has something to do with her being like lonely or something like that, she decided that she basically didn't want to be here, so she just placed herself into like, or separate herself by way of like these stones. But once you bring all of them together, she'll basically come forth again or whatnot or whatever. But then if you play Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, which I still say that the game needs work because of the way that they handled Storm and a few other characters. If you play Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, you find out that there's an area somewhere in the universe that basically where the stones come directly from. Like I said, they play, kind of loose with a lot of these stories dealing with the stones and how they formed and whatnot or whatever. Sham says she was trying to make me point. Don't say hurtful things if you don't want me to be hurt. I think she just had a hard time getting that across. Raised potato salad feel like they would be horrible stomachache. Raisins coleslaw. Let me see. Columbus said, "Ain't Thor daddy to a guy?" You talking about Odin? I think I did reference that earlier when Thanos basically aged him and he was sort of basically turning into Odin in a sense with the white hair and everything like that. I'm not sure if he had the eye patch though or the arm, because he did ended up he lost his arm ended up getting cut off in a whole nother battle. Mr. J said if there were a superhero / supervillain, most of us would only know good from books and comics. True. Sham said actually it's horrible that they put vegetables in Jello and call it a salad. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Said grapes and potato. Wait. Red grapes and potato salad. That's crazy. Since she said nah, not me either. I stay on D4. Oh yeah, I got you. Since she said plus, I've been on Octopath Traveler 0. I was supposed to check that out, but I forgot about it. Rabbit said you've seen the comic that Thanos choosing a random baby and making his life miserable for no reason. Oh yeah. He was just like messing with that dude. I'm like, man. That's like on some 50 Cent level of like pettiness. I'm like, that is crazy. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Since she said that's a good tip about the cloud. Thank you. No problem. And the other part is it's a lot easier to play that way too, because then that saves up space and everything like that too. I play it from the cloud as well. So yeah. Let me see. James said, LOL, I was gonna make something outrageous. Lunch said, I'm trying to read my comics, but I don't really be having the time. I'm actually thinking about starting and completing Avatar live action series on Netflix. If you don't got time to read comics, I would say that you could do like the audiobooks. right? You could either do audiobooks or you could look up some black comic nerds and listen to them basically go over the comics. Like I said, I listened to Rob. That's one of my main guys I listen to. Comics Explained. But listening to that man for years. Like I said, that man just needs to start doing audiobooks. And I would just have that on and just like go to sleep. So I'll probably wake up 1,000 times smarter on comics for no reason and not even know why, you know. And then you also got, like another side of that. You got like variant comics and like what was it, like Dope Spill and other ones and whatnot. Cook recipe lunch that I'm not sure, but I think I might have heard about the Avatar animated movie coming out on some platform. Okay, yeah. Columbus says Seven Stones kind of mirror the what? I mean, I guess it technically it would, in a sense. I forgot what was her name. Because as soon as you said that, I had her name. As soon as I saw what you wrote, I had the woman's name. Oh my goodness. I think it started with an N. I think it did. Oh my goodness. I wish I could remember her name. Because I think the seventh stone, I think, should have been a black stone. I think it should have been a black stone. But yeah, that woman she is ultra powerful. Like she is a problem. She is a problem. You said only said the first episode Avatar live action. Earthbender was boxing with those firebenders. Oh yeah. Let's see. Columbus said I do that with the audio Bible. Yeah, like I said, some people, it's a lot easier audibly to listen to stuff and also learn. Like I said, I highly recommend it. Technically for me, it's both, I guess, when it deals with like certain things, because I like to happen to see stuff so I can, see it or whatnot. But yeah. Tippy said I have a comic book, but I still didn't read it yet. Tippy, if you don't take the time to read that comic book, it's only a few pages. Now, it'd have been different if you got like a super big issue or you got something that's like a manga. That's completely different. Yeah, it's going to take you a minute. But, it's all good though. But yeah. I'm about to get y'all up out of here. We've been going for like 4 hours. And now I know we done talked an hour plus probably about, like comics. I think it was like just specifically on like some comic type stuff though. Like I said, that's what happened when I sit up there and start, segueing or whatnot into side noting into other topics. Crazy work. Diabolical. But yeah. So again, love you guys. I'll catch you guys in the next live stream and video. Do I got another video up here for you guys right now? Well, no. We already got one going. That's already been going. Let me see how many views we got up on there so far. We got about close to like 800 again. Shout out and much love to all the folks directly up there. Oh, that's dope. Shout out to Bruce Warren, because I just saw that. Shout out to I gotta hit the heart directly upon that. Shout out to Bruce Warren for the $20 super chat in the comment section underneath the video that I put directly up there talking about the Black Panther leader / rapper activist. Shout out to that, man. Much love, respect, and appreciation. That's dope. That is pretty dope. I just spotted they put that up there like 11 minutes ago. That's dope. That is pretty dope. So yeah, hopefully everybody enjoyed their time directly here with the variety of conversation that we've actually had, along with the different videos and information that has been placed directly up there for you guys. Columbus said good job, enjoyed you. No problem. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Happy you were able to get some enjoyment directly out of here. In your time being here as well too. Lunch said, yeah, I do follow Variant Comics. Said, yeah, that's a good channel. Yeah. Again, RIP to oh my god, to Benny, because he had passed. Wait, that should have been the one, right? No. I think it was a different. Wait, what's it? It should have been Variant, I think, because I don't want to say the wrong channel. Lord, I think it might have been. I think it was like a different channel. I swear I had it subscribed. But yeah, the one guy, it was a guy by the name of Benny. He was another guy that was a part of the that channel side over there that was reading comics and whatnot too. He was pretty dope. He was a dope dude. But yeah, what was it? RY said peace, much love, much love. Tippy said I'm not a huge fangirl of reading comic books. Oh Lord. Columbus said Buffalo scored again. It's 31-23. Ooh, other team is getting smoked. Lunch says Seji has the best comment section. These are bars. These are 100% bars. Tippy said Lunch, do you know Saga on YouTube? Mo said Tippy read comics. That's crazy. This man said Tippy reads comics while she shaves her leg. That's crazy. That is, yes, thank you, Senshi. Comic historian. Thank you. That's what it was. Yeah. Like, yo, Benny was dope. That dude always, even if he was sick, that dude was still, putting the energy directly at you. You can hear that the dude was sick, but he was still trying to like fight through, and he would have like the different voices, and stuff, directly out there. And were times where I think Rob and Benny did collabs as well too, which is that was dope. I felt like that was like some legendary, type of stuff, But yeah, that was a real tough hit to the the comic YouTube world directly out there. That was tough because, like I said, you got a lot of people out here that can read comics and tell you some stuff, but you got certain voices that's there because it's like when I listen to like Rob and I hear like his voice is like I can't even think it was it's like sort of like James Earl Jones. Like when you think about Darth Vader, you hear James Earl Jones. Nobody else, just James Earl Jones. When I hear comic books and people just like reading it, Rob. So yeah, like I said, it's crazy. It's great. But yeah, check out those channels though. That's crazy. This man, Mo, that's crazy. Tippy was like, you see this bullying section? He said put him in timeout. That's crazy. Lunch said, okay, Bruce doubled my donation. I don't like to be one up, but I love the support. Yo, I randomly saw that. And that caught me off guard. Because I wanted to make sure to check to see if I had a video directly up there for y'all. I don't, but I know I got some that's already done, so I'll have that directly up there. It'll be a little bit of a different topic from what we covered in the live stream. So yeah, I'll post that. So I'll give the live stream a little bit. I'll probably have that posted by like 8:00 or have it set for 8 so that y'all could watch it. I am incredibly hungry right now, so I know I'm about to go eat. Oh man, I'm so hungry right now. Let me tell you something. But what happened? This man Mo said Tippy drinks apple juice in the shower. That is crazy. Tippy was like, hey, you drink lemonade on the toilet. That is crazy. Lunch said, I never heard of that, but I gotta go check it out. Oh, you talking about the comic that she was talking about? Sham said it's cold today. Yep, it is currently snowing at this moment in time. Here, this man D Money done pulled the Tippy right now. This man done pulled up to the scene at the last minute. I'm like, yo, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Yo, what's up, D Money? What's going on, man? What is happening? What is happening? Tippy had told me that you actually had I think had streamed recently. I swear to goodness, I got no notifications on my phone. And I got all, and when I was on your channel the first time, I made sure to put all notifications on. I got no notifications. So this is a YouTube problem that gets on my nerves. I don't even get proper notifications that I'm supposed to get. So I can actually like see, what other people are doing. Sham said, yeah, it's snowing here too. Damn. Mo said D Money put the PS3 in the closet. Lunch said, wait, the dude from Comic Story and Pass. Yeah, that should have been Benny. Benny was always the main guy who would do like the voices for like the different characters as he reads, and he would also have like the wild hair colors. So yeah, Benny he passed a few years back. That was a few years back. Rob even did a video. That dude, you can hear him like breaking down. He was trying to stay directly there, but you could tell it had an effect on him. Because they had him and Rob did videos together, on comics and stuff. Like I said, they man, it would have been something crazy to just like have those two, especially where comics are right now. Oh, that'd have been it would have been crazy. That would have been crazy. Let me see. D Money said, I was here the whole time. I was just ninja watching. Okay, I got you. Tippy said, oh darn. AYN just answered the chat. Wow, that's crazy. that is wild. Richard said, I am we the people supposed to hear. Wait, I'm confused. I don't even know what Richard is even talking about right now. Mo said D Money eats barbecue while he trims the hedges. That's crazy. That man. The stuff Mo be saying is crazy. Oh man. This man Tippy eats sandwiches while she trims a beard. That's crazy. Only Mo, I swear to goodness. Only Mo. But yeah, my bad. I'm just sitting up here laughing. So yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next video or live stream. Love y'all. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the laughs or whatnot. And go get your feng shui and everything in order. Play some games. And yeah, have fun. Peace out.